gavel-to-gavel coverage of the proceedings of both houses of Parliament, providing up-to-date information, including live interviews and historical data on the workings of one of the most important branches in government.
Communication this morning. Good afternoon, honorable members. When we suspended for lunch, we were debating an overview of the financial affairs of our country, deemed the mid-year budget statement, and the member for Kalani had the floor. I invite the member for Kalani to stand and resume his communication. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to know, why is the Elizabeth State Clinic closing at 5 o'clock the past few months, inconveniencing people, when you truly believe in Bahamians and cannot accommodate them in the eastern part of the island? Mr. Speaker, we want to know the exact job description of Clifford Bush Scavella. What exactly does he and his team does? And Mr. Speaker, we want to know whether our telephone lines are bugged by Mr. Scavella and others under the disguise, Scavella and his intelligence branch, under the disguise of intelligence. Mr. Speaker, from time to time, when I pick up my phone, I can hear noise as if my phone and my landline is bugged. We want to know. We want to know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to know.
There's a point of order. The member made a very, very...
Mr. Speaker,
the chair recognizes the honorable member for being a grandstand.
I think that the member must appreciate that he is the leader of the opposition. He's not any Joe Blow member of Parliament. He's the leader of the opposition. And he has a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to act responsibly in this place. I don't want to embellish it any more because I don't want to give any more publicity to what he was doing, but I think that he should be guided accordingly.
Very well. The member for Kalani, you intimated some very, very strong accusation as questions.
No, you can't get away with it. Mr. Speaker.
The chair.
Calls the name of a public servant, who he knows is the director of the National Intelligence Agency, and he makes an accusation
in the form of a question. An accusation which, in my opinion, is irresponsible of a leader of the opposition. Yes. This man wants to be Prime Minister, and indeed he says he's going to be Prime Minister very soon.
Member, thank you very much.
And
Member
Speaker, can you imagine hearing the noise on your phone and you decide that some specific person is tapping your phone? This man who sat there and sold the telephone company,
gave it away.
Mr. Speaker, gave it away, in fact, made us believe that they gave it away for $204 million when it was more like $50 million, something like that.
Member for Kalani, be advised that your statements and your intimation is
the question. I only want to advise
again
that the question that will come further.
There's question time in this place, you know. You
the rest of the time, absolutely welcome. Mr. Speaker, we also want to know how many consultants and retirees were appointed since May 7, 2012. Their ages, the salary,
not as many
and
as
supposedly job description.
And 2012. You say that.
Mr. Speaker, I know you have read the budget document that the Prime Minister read into the House records last week. So you don't have to take my word for it when I tell you what to expect this week. When you hear the Prime Minister read it out aloud, it sounds like a plan. But when you actually have time to look at what it is that the Prime Minister said, you recognize that it's typical Terry Christie. Plenty of talk with lots of big words that close up, say nothing at all.
Refer to the member as a member for, right, honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you, Mr.
Or the Prime Minister, but either one.
It says nothing at all except more cuts, more borrowing, more spending, more inflation, more cronyism, more confusion, more cover-ups, more deception, more same old progressive Liberal Party. In any event, Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the heart of the matter before us today. This so-called mid-term budget report.
Mid-year.
Prime Minister.
Mid-year.
Mid-year. And since this Prime Minister did not have the courage to do it when he presented last week, it is now my job. It is my job to tell the Bahamian people, in part, what this budget really says. What this government is really afraid to tell them, because they care more about themselves and saving their own skin than they do about protecting and preparing the Bahamian people. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that most Bahamians now realize that believe in Bahamians was only nothing more than a campaign slogan to them. And this mid-year budget report signals the campaign is now over. Mr. Speaker, I would like to use the Prime Minister's words when he spoke to the media about his government's failed bid to buy back BTC. He said that the bid did not go in the way, I quote, he said that the bid did not go in a way that I would have liked it to go.
They can't afford it.
We thought. He said, Mr. Speaker, that something that happened seemed to interrupt what I anticipated was going to take place, end quote. That, Mr. Speaker, has been the trending story of this government since they came to office. Almost nothing so far has gone the way they liked to anticipated. And if that is the case, then, Mr. Speaker, are they now asking us to believe? Are they now asking us to believe or get our hopes up that anything they present to us in this budget report will go the way they say it will? I hope they're not, Mr. Speaker. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, Speaker, shame on me. The problem for this government, Mr. Speaker, is that what they like and what they have anticipated are too far-fetched, too unrealistic, too unreasonable, and highly too unattainable. This budget report, Mr. Speaker, is characteristic of that. And like the BTC buyback bid is based on hopes and deceptions. All indications say that this government is setting themselves, the Bahamian people, and the Bahamian economy up for failure. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it is this government's incompetence or part of their continued plan to intentionally deceive and keep the Bahamian people in a perpetual state of confusion. But here is the part of the political hypocrisy this budget reveals, which in many ways continues to stifle and stagnate our growth as a nation and a people. In their budget report, this government tells the Bahamian people that the economic and fiscal development in the first half of 2012-2013 fiscal year have been less favorable. Mr. Speaker, I quote again, the economic and fiscal developments in the first half of 2012-2013 fiscal year have been less favorable than they expected. For months now, they have repeatedly tried to get us to buy into this notion that when they came into office, things were dire and worse than they expected. But here's the deception that their report shared, which they were afraid to do openly. Mr. Speaker, the report suggests that in a depressed economic environment, economic and fiscal development did occur, and it was favorable. Maybe not what they expected, sir, but it was favorable. The report suggests that despite a global recession, economic recovery was taking place, albeit weak. According to this budget report, Mr. Speaker, the world economy improved. The U.S. economy grew by 2.3%, and the Bahamian economy grew by 2.5% last year, a better performance than the U.S. economy, and is expected to continue to grow by 2.7%. This news, Mr. Speaker, that the nation's economic recovery had started should have been highlighted and celebrated by the nation's leader. Instead, this bit of optimism was hidden under and behind this ingenious negativity to continue perpetuating the deception that this government inherited a national economic mess. But you see, Mr. Speaker, to give credit to the previous administration for the role it played in holding this Bahamian economy together and growing it during a worldwide recession would mean that this Prime Minister and his government would have to admit that they were wrong and in part misleading the Bahamian people as to avoid taking responsibility for their shared role in what is really now a national mess. That kind of spiteful attitude and behavior is reprehensible, irresponsible, divisive, and destructive. But I say to this government, Mr. Speaker, I say to this government, if it makes you feel better, continue to blame the FNM. Continue to blame us. If it makes you feel better, carry on.
Member for Kalani, pause for just a second. I'm hearing a knocking sounds from somebody's feet on. It stopped. Thank you. Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if it makes them feel better, Mr. Speaker, by all means, carry on. I say to them, you better believe, though, we'll continue to hold your feet to the fire. And we'll continue to hold you to the truth. But until such time, Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to know that the Bahamian economy is slowly growing. The questions now are whether this one-time, carelessly wasteful, fiscally undisciplined and irresponsible, scandal-ridden administration can keep the economy growing and further grow it to their projected levels with the aim of, as they say, returning the public finances to a more desirable and sustainable position. And two, whether any of this growth and sustainability will, in the end, trickle down into the pockets of the average Bahamian. From all accounts, so far in the midterm presentation, Mr. Speaker, it is yet to be seen, since the fixes that they propose are based on hope and chance, or call for more of the same recycling of old monies presently circulating in the economy. What we see is much taking from the poor to feed the overly zealous, money-loving, spendthrift government. Mr. Speaker, until we get a more detailed elaboration of their policy actions, when they presented in the 2013-2014 budget communication, this is what we know, Mr. Speaker, about this government's seeming misguided approach to fiscal prudence. One, before any comprehensive financial review or assessment of any public or publicly funded institution is conducted, this government has already ordered across the board cuts of its department and agencies. The Minister of State for Financial Services is quoted as saying, we think we can do I quote, Mr. Speaker, we think we can do the spending cuts without cutting back on essential services. And the Minister of Education suggested the same when he talked about College Bahamas. At this crucial stage, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people don't want any more of this government's thinking. They want to know what this government's action and decisions are being dictated by what they know, not what they think. So, for the jobless Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, how will a 10 to 25% cut in the Department of Labor's budget impact the necessary services involved in getting them back to work? For the sick and aged, how will a 10 to 25% cut in the budgets of the Ministry of Health, Princess Margaret Hospital, the Department of Public Health, and the Public Hospitals Authority further impact the quality of their health and health care and the health of this nation in general? How will 10 to 25% cut in the budget of the Social Service Department prevent them from carrying out their already difficult job of assisting those who are out of work and hard-pressed people in our society? People who truly needs help, who needs assistance. People, especially those who fall within the poverty line, Mr. Speaker. Single mothers and their children, abused women and their children, senior citizens and the disabled, Mr. Speaker. How would they be impacted? How will a 10 to 25% deduction in the budget of BEC figure into increased costs of electricity for the average Bahamian consumer, since the corporation would now have to find other means to make up for the shortfall in meeting fuel costs and other financial obligations? What will the 10 to 25% deduction in the budget, defense force, the police, customs, and immigration do to our national security and our ability to provide a safe and secure country for people who already feel overwhelmed by illegal immigration, crime, and the fear of crime? What impact will a 10 to 25% cut in the budget of the Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture, BTVI, and the College of Bahamas have on the future of our nation's development because we cannot adequately provide for the education and recreational needs of the thousands of youths and young adults in this nation. With a 10 to 25% cut across the board at these and other agencies over the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker, who and how many unemployed will be joining the already crowded, jobless line as a result? You see, Mr. Speaker, 2.5 million or 3 million or even 1 million cut may not sound like much to the bureaucrats and well-to-do fat cats of uptown folks, like a good number in here. But to the average Bahamian, who need and depend on many of these services, 2.5 or $3 million is a matter of life or death. 2.5 to 3 million, Mr. Speaker, is a significant number. Once these cuts begin to take effect, Mr. Speaker, there will be no way that any of these agencies will be able to maintain the same level of services that they once provided, no matter how this government tries to get us to buy into this false hope. Mr. Speaker, the devil, Mr. Speaker, is in the details, and as usual, this government is providing us with none. No details. Therefore, I say again, Mr. Speaker, not only are these proposed cuts across the board by government ill-conceived, ill-advised, and ill-timed, they will also, across the board, have real trickle-down consequences for an already struggling Bahamians, for many struggling Bahamians. But, Mr. Speaker, maybe there is something that the Prime Minister and his Ministers of State for Finance, Education will reveal to a skeptical Bahamian public that will convince us otherwise. But until such time, these across-the-board cuts can only have a harming effect on the nation and the national economy.
Amen.
The question, Mr. Speaker, the question is, where will the sting be felt first, and who will feel it worse? This government needs to be honest with this House, Mr. Speaker, and with the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Before it is too late, Mr. Speaker, I will advise them to reconsider its public position on this matter and replace this across-the-board notion with a different deficit reduction plan that is more thorough and prudent, and even if it means seeking to put in place measures by which programs that help the elderly, the youth, the poor, the unemployed be exempted from or are off limits to cuts altogether. Just some advice, Mr. Speaker, but I don't expect them to accept that from the FNM. As for their plans to increase recurrent revenue, Mr. Speaker, I wish to point out that many of them are not only vague, but they are also highly questionable. Again, I do not know if this is intentional or just incompetence, but eventually we will find out. In this area first, I would...
Point of order. Chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Isles.
Here throughout the discourse.
We started to listen to you too.
And didn't want to interrupt the member, but Mr. Speaker, it is totally false to suggest that the government is instituting across the board,
Continue on. Yeah.
just across the board cuts in the budget. We have said over and repeatedly, I said it this morning, that we have gone through the budget and identified areas in which efficiencies can be identified. We've identified those. And we're doing that systematically. We started from the beginning of the year. There is no intention to cut the budget of education or health or aid to old people or aid to the unemployed. And it is, they know, and, you know, Mr. Speaker.
We don't know that.
Now you know.
We don't know that.
Mr. Speaker, it is,
honorable members.
It is, in my opinion, a dishonest attempt to try and inflame the public. Nothing could be further from the truth,
Anyway,
Mr.
you will have an
Speaker.
opportunity
We've gone
to
through the
wrap up.
budget and we've identified efficiencies. All right, so there's no across-the-board cuts in the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Services, etc. All right? It's totally false. And in my mind, and I'm sure in the mind of people who understand these things, just designed to spread misinformation amongst the Bahamian people. And what we should be doing here, Mr. Speaker, is trying to educate the Bahamian people.
Very well. Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In this area, first, I would like to commend the government for seeking to improve the infrastructure of the customs electronic submission process, seeking to reform real property tax administration, enhance assistance to small operators, and promote growth and job creation in the short term. Any mechanism that will make the process of doing business with government more expedient for the consumer and worker are good mechanisms. But, Mr. Speaker, what I question is the feasibility of the government's proposed plans to increase revenue collection, even a little bit. Will improving the structure of customs electronic submission system guarantee that the department will collect more revenue? On the surface, Mr. Speaker, it does not appear likely. So despite being good intentioned, there is no guarantee that investments in this particular infrastructure by the government will translate into increased revenue. Improving the infrastructure and manpower to track and collect on outstanding goods and entries would appear more likely to strengthen revenue controls, as tracking and collection seem to be more of a problem than the ease of submitting documentation.
I can see that.
Unless this administration is suggesting that they are lagging in revenue collections at Customs Department because the public presently find it difficult to submit their entry documents. And in the event that this is the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, how much does the Minister of Finance anticipate he can collect? And what impact will this amount have on national deficit reduction? Mr. Speaker, the same questions can be put to this government's proposed real property tax amnesty plan for revenue strengthening, particularly since the success of this program is highly dependent on chance and probabilities, with no real guarantees. From all indications, the success of this initiative as a revenue booster depends largely on people coming forward who, it appears from the report, may be struggling to meet the property tax obligation in the first place. There is a chance, Mr. Speaker, that some may take advantage of what the government proposes to offer, but there's also a great chance that many will not. I want to put a proposal to a recommendation to the government, Mr. Speaker. With respect to real property tax collection, it would seem very feasible and manageable if we were to zone our islands, New Providence, if we were to carve New Providence up into certain zones, and each zone is charged real property tax depending on the square footage of the home. And Mr. Speaker, that means that an area, for example, West Ridge,
I'm glad I'll fall in
an area, for example, West Ridge, which may fall in Zone A. We know that from day one, the real property tax in Zone A may be $1 per square foot. That individual, once that plan is submitted, automatically knows that if he's building a 2,500 square foot, he knows what the real property tax would be, and therefore there's no question. He knows that if he builds a 5,000 square foot home, he knows what the real property tax would be. Another individual may be in Life with Key, which may fall in Zone B, and $5 a square foot. But at least this gives the individual an opportunity to move in certain areas and build according to what they want or they can afford. In other words, living in a $5 per square foot zone, you can decide to build a 1,500 square foot or 10,000 square foot, but you would have known what your real property tax would be like in advance. I would also recommend to the government, Mr. Speaker, that in addition to the zone, once individuals receive their occupancy certificate,
Honourable members.
I would also recommend that once individuals receive their occupancy certificate, a part of the occupancy certificate would be payment of your real property tax, because that would have been known in advance. And that way, Mr. Speaker, individuals would know that moving in certain zones, upon receiving their occupancy certificate, they know exactly what their real property tax, and in order to occupy their home, the real property tax, just like the occupancy certificate, must be paid in advance. Mr. Speaker, that's only a recommendation I'm putting forward to the government. This issue of chance and probability is the same problem that appears to plague their small business operators and job creation proposal as well, Mr. Speaker. If it is unlikely that small business owners can't afford to purchase a truck at 85% duty, what is the likelihood that they would now be in a position to run out and get one just because the rate has dropped to 65%? It's the same chance and probability, Mr. Speaker, if it does not appear if there are any guarantees here. It certainly does not appear, Mr. Speaker, that there are guarantees.
Why you also get 85%?
Mr. Speaker,
You should say I cried.
and if they did take the Prime Minister up on this offer, Mr. Speaker, in what numbers are there sufficient small business owners ready to sprint off to Miami or one of the local dealerships to send off to Japan to purchase a small truck that the revenues generated by them will have any major or lasting impact on recurring revenues? Again, Mr. Speaker, possibilities and probabilities, but no guarantees here also. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is questionable and unlikely that any of what this government is calling immediate fiscal action will help this government secure the aggressive 6.5% of GDP target that they intend to hit. But, Mr. Speaker, in the event that they do not hit their intake targets as they intend, they have a just in case. They have available to them a just in case contingency in place for that too. And if you look closely, I want you to look closely on page 8. Look closely, page 8 of the mid-year budget report, and you will notice on page 8, Mr. Speaker, that their plan, it would appear, is tied to authorization for that additional borrowing in the amount of $100 million. The same $100 million that they want us to believe they will use to pay off carryover expenditures from the past administration. But I pointed out earlier, why not notion balance sheet? Well, I pointed out earlier, Mr. Speaker, why that notion is thinking of deception. It smells of deception. Mr. Speaker, I open a quote. As we go to the end of the year, we would hope that some of the initiatives that we announced, reduction of the excise duty on trucks, and of the amnesty program for real property tax, we'll be able to deliver some more revenue, and that even we will be very happy if we do not have to utilize the entire 100 million authorization. That's what the Minister of State for Finance said to the Tribune on the 26th of February this year, Mr. Speaker. But I can assure you that in the event that the amnesty program and the excise duty program do not work, if they do not work, we will be $100 million more in the hole because something else didn't go in a way that this government would have anticipated or liked it to go.
That is true.
Mr. Speaker, for the sake of prudence, this government needs to come up with a real economic plan that does not show a limited and short-sighted focus. And the limited and short-sighted focuses only on what they call significant and sustainable reductions in government debt. But a real economic plan that focuses on and lays out a method by which to achieve substantial and progressive expansion of the economy, extensive enough to reduce debt and increase the standard of living for the Bahamians in our own country. The supposed plan that this government of solutions presented, Mr. Speaker, has failed the people on so many levels. It recognizes challenges in employment, but it provides no evidence that this government, after 9 months in office, sat and strategized a course of action to deal with or tackle the challenges. In this report, after 9 months, other than the Bahamas project, the government can speak of no substantially conclusive opportunity that they have secured to deal with the 30,000 plus unemployed and soon to be school leavers. I'm very happy with the opening that occurred over the weekend in Eleuthera. I congratulate you for it. In their report, Mr. Speaker, in their report, I spoke about that earlier. In their report, Mr. Speaker, they recognize and acknowledge how burdensomely draining fuel and fuel imports are on the economy. Yet their prudent plans do not even mention or address measures by which this can be addressed. No talk, none. No talk of introducing significant renewable energy initiatives or amendments to the Energy Act that would afford Bahamians even the smallest break of breather. This government report, Mr. Speaker,
honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, this government report laid out a slew of problems in the construction and home building markets, owing the challenges that people have borrowing money or borrowers have meeting existing mortgage obligations, but not a mention of an amnesty or plan of relief for this group.
Stay focused. Don't worry about that.
The cost of living, Mr. Speaker, the cost of living continues to rise. It continues to increase. An increased competition from other tourist destinations is wreaking havoc on our tourism product. But nothing from this government to improve the industry, despite all the bitter criticisms that it had for my administration when it was in office. This, Mr. Speaker, is how they end their report. And I quote, "Unemployment levels are expected to remain elevated. Domestic energy prices will continue to be affected by the volatility in the international oil markets. These are good signs for the Bahamian people, despite attempts by this government to spin the truth in their midterm budget. With no real plan of their own to deal with the crux of the matter that is relative to Bahamians. And I am not saying anything that their mid-year budget does not substantiate. The PLP government will try to use my party and former government as scapegoat to deflect attention from their lack of doing, Mr. Speaker.
Be quiet.
They will continue the blame principle. They will continue to try to name
Wait till
and
the
blame.
Bahamian people deal with yours.
But the Bahamian people, the Bahamian public, are looking for solutions.
They can deal with yours.
But sir, Speaker, just as I started off this presentation, I end by saying, this is their time now. This is your time.
Thank God for that.
The people of this Commonwealth will hold you accountable.
They sure will.
Because you said you had all the solutions.
All the answers.
You have the solutions. We're waiting.
They lie to the people.
And the shameful part, Mr. Speaker, is that they should have the answers, if not all, at least a
all
great
of that,
deal.
y'all failed the test. Y'all
They
failed
were
the
successful, Mr. Speaker. They were successful in selling a dream. The Bahamian people bought. The Bahamian people bought into that dream. They bought into that dream.
Abysmal failure.
Unfortunately for this government, the Bahamian people have now awakened.
They can't wait to get rid of it.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the government still believes they are part of Rip Van Winkle and still sleeping. Fortunately, a handful of them are beginning to yawn, but still not yet awake.
When they roar.
They have, Mr. Speaker, they have a leader who has spent almost 4 decades in frontline politics. He has been the length and breadth of this Bahamas over and repeatedly. He has seen it. He has seen this Bahamas from inside out. He has been at the helm. He has been at the helm of almost every significant agency in this country during his political career. He should know their failings and the successes. He has led this nation before and says he is a better leader now. And after all this time in the trenches, he should be better. Be able to lead the troops and show this nation what the long number of years in Bahamian politics have taught him.
Nothing.
Yet, Mr. Speaker, the content of this mid-year budget report
Show nothing.
and the way this country has been managed since May 7, 2012 to now says that the Prime Minister still seems to have a hard time demonstrating what 40 years of parliamentary politics have taught him.
Nothing.
He still does not appear to have the qualities of a distinguished true leader.
Nothing.
If this is the best we can get from this administration at this time, Mr. Speaker,
He should have retired you.
the contents,
Honorable members.
He tried hard to retire.
the Speaker,
Honorable members.
if this is the best we can get
Nothing.
from this administration at this time, the contents of the presentation suggest
Nothing.
that this Prime Minister,
Nothing.
with his career in frontline politics slowly waning, should do the honorable thing and step aside for a more qualified leadership, particularly since the quality of leadership on the Bahamas should be getting from him ought to be far better. It is only my suggestion, Mr. Speaker, before it gets too late and our country ends up suffering more than it already is, the honorable member for Centerville and Farm Road should do the honorable thing. Like Miles Monroe says, Mr. Speaker,
Point of order. Member kindly yield. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Speaker, the member for Kalani should be a lot more sincere in his utterances. At the last meeting, he said we should focus on governance and not personal attacks. And he's standing here and he's attacking the leader of our party. Either he believes that we should get rid of the personal attacks, or he doesn't. But he's being a hypocrite. The leader of the opposition is being a hypocrite.
Member for Fort Charlotte.
He's personally attacking the leader of the government. And he said that we should get away from personal attacks and focus on governance.
Member for Fort Charlotte, please. Kindly, member for Kalani, continue.
Mr. Speaker,
Personal attacks.
like
Focus on what you want to
Pastor Myers Monroe says, dull leaders hurt themselves, hurt others, and waste people's time, end quote. As I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say I do not know if it is symbolic and representative, but the content of this report is indicative of that quote, and in many ways appears to be a waste of time. In all of its good intentions, Mr. Speaker, it appears to be a product of a confused, unaware, and unsure mind. After 40 years, the Bahamas and the Bahamian people deserve better. 4 more years, Mr. Speaker. That's
Lord.
all the time left.
How long, Lord?
Maybe even less at the rate they are going.
Oh, Lord, how
But
long?
in the meantime,
How
we
long?
will.
Oh, Lord, how long?
In the meantime,
Honourable member.
will ensure to keep their feet to the fire and make them accountable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the good and the loyal constituents of Elizabeth to debate this mid-year budget resolution. This is an exercise, Mr. Speaker, where we each have an opportunity to analyze the financial implications of our country and discuss opportunities that might exist for our great country. Today I want to discuss some observations, Mr. Speaker, from the mid-year budget statement by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, emphasizing the state of policy planning in light of the mid-year statement, and then give an update, Mr. Speaker, on activities of the Ministry of Financial Services which advance the achievement of these policy goals. But, Mr. Speaker, before I go into that, we had to sit here and listen to an hour and a half of dribble from the leader of the other side, when him, who used to sit in the cabinet of the former administration, refuses to take responsibility of a more than 100% increase in the deficit of this country through reckless and uncontrollable spending that showed no results for the Bahamian people. Him, Mr. Speaker, who sat in the cabinet of the Bahamas in the former administration, who oversaw a roadworks process and progress that caused over $100 million in cost overruns, and wants to sit there and claim, like, Mr. Speaker, his former administration should not only take any blame, it shouldn't take all of the blame for the state of affairs that this country finds itself in. Mr. Speaker, one would remember, in opposition, I was a member of the Public Accounts Committee. And as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, we performed thorough and exhaustive review of the roadworks project. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that the leadership of the other side then in government, did everything they could do to stop that report from being disclosed to the Bahamian people. The administration of which he sat in the cabinet for actively caused the manipulation of this honorable place in order to prevent transparency in the mismanagement of one of the most significant capital works projects of the country. And then he has the gall to stand up.
A point of order. Member for Elizabeth, kindly yield. Member for Elizabeth, kindly yield. The chair recognizes honorable member for Long Island.
This is a point of order. The member for Elizabeth has just misled not just this House, but the Bahamian people. This side, when in government, made those reports on the roadworks available even before they were actually audited for the Public Accounts Committee to be able to review those. And so he's totally misleading the Bahamian people. That is absolutely true. That is true.
Member for Elizabeth, kindly be led.
Either the honorable member must have been absent or have selective amnesia on the events in the premature suspension of this House over and over and over again to prevent the tabling and reading of the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the mismanagement of the roadworks and cause them who caused this country to have more than $100 million of excess debt burden. Clearly, the member was absent that day, Mr. Speaker. Clearly.
Honorable members.
And Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we on this side will not sit here and tolerate them on that side to try to rewrite history in this honorable place. It will not happen. Not today or not any other day, Mr. Speaker.
You never made accounts available to the public.
Never will it happen. So I sit here in gall that the member, the leader of that side, would try to put any sort of blame on this side when he would stand there and consciously and intentionally try to mislead the Bahamian people through the prudent affairs of this government to try to control the financial and misuse of that government.
The chair wants to hear the member for Elizabeth.
But Mr. Speaker, clearly, this government approaches the fiscal responsibility of this country in a much more disciplined and responsible fashion. We do not sit here and make one budget and run it up more than 100 times the expense on the deficit as we projected. We actually, Mr. Speaker, sit here and have a concerted effort and a concerted plan to deal with the financial challenges that the country faces as a result of their mismanagement, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Mr. Speaker,
members,
we heard the Prime Minister.
Members, all members, except for the member for Elizabeth. The chair will ask, as a warning, to please refrain from extraneous noises.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elizabeth.
Last year, Mr. Speaker, we heard the Prime Minister present the mid-year state of affairs of the country under the theme, prudent stewardship. And it was a way of presenting a plan for the country that we haven't seen maybe in 6 years. Mr. Speaker, the approach of this government can be characterized as a balanced approach, Mr. Speaker, an approach which emphasizes responsible good governance while ensuring that policies of economic expansion and diversification are continued. Mr. Speaker, a balanced approach to governance which demonstrates fiscal responsibility yet strives for opportunities and advancements for Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, a balanced approach encompasses three primary focuses. The first is a responsible and an efficient management of expenditures, causing savings where savings could be achieved. The second primary prong of a balanced approach, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that revenues owed to the government are efficiently and effectively collected without raising taxes to Bahamians. And the third component of a balanced approach, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring that policies for economic growth and advancement for Bahamians and companies in the Bahamas not only exist, but that they are continuously and aggressively advanced in the context of government policy. Mr. Speaker, this balanced approach laid out by the Prime Minister is clear evidence of prudent stewardship by this government. As discussed, Mr. Speaker, the first element of the balanced approach is controlled expenditures. The Prime Minister gave examples in his statement of 3 elements of this balanced approach. Monitoring of expenditures and efficient savings where possible without reducing services to the public has been put in place as an expenditure monetary measure by this government. Mr. Speaker, in the medium term, government administrative reforms will likewise call for this expenditure retooling and control, including, Mr. Speaker, progressive initiatives by this government to ensure that happens. An example, Mr. Speaker, is a modernized customs operation and infrastructure. Another one, Mr. Speaker, clearly defined by the Prime Minister, is a reform of the Real Property Tax Administration. And, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, will ensure that a central revenue agency is created, so you can have the efficient collection of revenues due the government. These, Mr. Speaker, will result in administrative savings to the government. And I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, to hear the complaints of the member from the other side, the leader of the opposition, like a government should not exercise prudent control and good governance. That is the responsibility of a government. And, Mr. Speaker, maybe he should learn from his mistakes, because maybe that is why he is now sitting on that side, and the Bahamian people asked us to sit on this side, because they were tired of the mismanagement and out-of-control expenditure and the lack of good governance in maintaining the expenses of this country. And for the member on the other side to say that we are in the wrong because we want to advance good governance. Speaker, he's not going to be Prime Minister. He's not going to be leader on that side for long with that attitude, Mr. Speaker. I want him to answer, does he believe that every arm of the government and every agency of the government and every corporation of the government is operating optimally, at optimal capacity? Is there no inefficiencies in government? Certainly he can't be making that claim. And certainly a government that practices good governance will recognize that there may be inefficiencies and will recognize that the operation of the government isn't the best it could possibly be, and look to improve on that, and look to do what we need to do to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that wastage is limited, that efficiencies are put forward, and that the government actually operates like the people of the Bahamas expect it to operate. So, Mr. Speaker, in prong 1 of a balanced approach, in the control of expenditures and the operations of efficiencies, I personally want to commend the Prime Minister for such policy directives, ensuring that the first prong of this balanced approach is seen through, and we meet the expectations of the Bahamian people who put us here, Mr. Speaker. The second approach by the Prime Minister in this balanced approach is the proper collection of revenues due the government, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister has set out a series of short and medium-term efforts to cause for the more efficient and proper collection of revenues which are properly due. Certainly the mentioned modernization of the Customs Department is not only to achieve efficiencies, but is also to achieve the maximization of the collection of revenues that would otherwise be due the government. Demonstrating more transparency in the process, Mr. Speaker. That is what the people call for, more transparency in the process. Mr. Speaker, the excise tax on tobacco is another example of this initiative by the Ministry of Finance and the Prime Minister. A short-term initiative, Mr. Speaker, that will be put in place in very short term to cause for the efficient collection of revenues otherwise due the government, and to cause for those who do not pay the taxes that they otherwise would be due to now have an enforcement mechanism to cause that to happen. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likewise foreshadowed a comprehensive review of policies to enhance revenue collection and government fees that would be due as we prepare for the upcoming budget. This should be done throughout all ministries, Mr. Speaker, all portfolios where revenue to the government can be more efficiently collected and otherwise adjusted to be more in line with either international best practices or industry norms. Mr. Speaker, do you realize that in many instances, the government of the Bahamas subsidizes businesses at the border? We do not even charge fees, Mr. Speaker, that pay for the costs to clear items in this country. The government shouldn't have to subsidize business, and the government doesn't necessarily have to make money on business at the border. But the government should be in a position to at least cover its expenses. Now, whether that comes through efficiencies, Mr. Speaker, or whether that comes through a review and a retooling of the efforts at the border, it has to come through some way. And the government of the Bahamas cannot continue to write a blank check and subsidize in an indefinite time period. That is what we have gotten ourselves into problems with today. There has to be an efficient and equitable way to provide the necessary services to the consumers and the companies of this country while covering the costs of doing so. Mr. Speaker, the third primary prong of a balanced approach is economic growth. Good governance and responsible fiscal administration is prudent stewardship, Mr. Speaker. However, it does not mean that policies to advance economic growth should be ignored. In fact, Mr. Speaker, prudent stewardship ensures that in all policy initiatives, there's always a policy for economic growth and the creation of additional opportunities for Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is very clear in this regard. In fact, in this mid-year exercise, has put in place economic growth initiatives. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, announced a reduction in excise tax on trucks from 85% to 65%. Reversing a significant mistake, Mr. Speaker, by the former F&M administration, of which the leader on the other side sat in the cabinet. When they raised taxes on trucks, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, when we sat in opposition, we pointed out that that initiative will not only cause revenues to not increase, opposed to what they thought it would cause a barrier to the economic development and growth in this country. And Mr. Speaker, the facts of that demonstrate exactly what we were saying when we were sitting in opposition, that that was a bad mistake. And you could survey any business in this country, and they will tell you that when the rate of trucks went from 65% to 85%, the increase of cost of doing business caused them to not only slow down, but to cease expansion opportunities. That is a fact. However, Mr. Speaker, if this was in fact good revenue policy by that side, raising the excise tax on trucks, we would have seen more revenue to the government by doing so. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the statistics will show you that revenue in that category decreased after they increased the tariff rates on trucks. That demonstrates not only a decrease in revenue to the government, but it directly shows you that businesses slowed down by not reinvesting in their businesses. A bad decision. Yes, actually, trucks was the subset that revenue dropped. And you would indicate... No, the trucks. Yeah, because companies would not invest in the expansion because of the cost of doing business. If that was the case, revenues would have decreased year over year over year for the past 5 years in that category. See, Mr. Speaker, the facts demonstrate that we were right and they were wrong. We hear the testimony from the business owners. But I want to commend the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, for including this economic development initiative in this midterm budget communication. We need to always encourage policies, Mr. Speaker, for economic growth and provision of opportunities for Bahamians. But this policy, Mr. Speaker, this is a foundation economic policy of the Prime Minister. It is a trend of this Prime Minister causing for economic incentives to be made to the businesses of this country to spur economic development. Shortly after coming to office, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister caused for another mistake of the prior F&M administration to be reversed. The Industries Encouragement Act and the Tariff Act were amended shortly after coming to office to cause for the incentives received by manufacturers, Mr. Speaker, to be able to continue and not sunset. The manufacturing community will tell you, they tell me every day, that the sunset provision that former government put in place crippled the growth of their companies, caused them to lay off staff. And immediately upon reversing that poor decision of that side, when they were in government, it is shown that manufacturers in this country have now retained more staff and have expanded their operations, showing, Mr. Speaker, that policies of economic growth and incentive work. And that is a fundamental element of the economic plan that has been laid out over the last 6 to 9 months by the Prime Minister of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister in this mid-year statement has demonstrated a balanced approach to prudent stewardship. And I submit more proof of this third prong of the balanced approach lies in the recreation, yes, of my ministry, the Ministry of Financial Services. By including within that portfolio, Mr. Speaker, the financial services industry, international trade, industry development, and the establishment of the Bahamas as an international arbitration center. Mr. Speaker, through policy efforts in the Ministry of Financial Services, we like to think we contribute to the advancement of the, of the third prong of the balanced approach, which is ensuring that policies for economic growth and advancement for Bahamians and companies in the Bahamas not only exist, but are continually and aggressively advanced in every policy decision of this government. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to discuss initiatives in the Ministry of Financial Services and some of the strategy initiatives we are pursuing for the advancement and development of the economy of the Bahamas. Through each key area of the portfolio, Mr. Speaker, we have engaged on a comprehensive review of the state of the economy and developed initiatives and strategies to advance the Bahamas. We have caused the profile of the Bahamas to be raised in each instance and have provided for continued education for Bahamians and the development for our country. Mr. Speaker, in financial services, during the budget debate in June, I forecast certain goals and achievements for the Ministry and Financial Services. Less than a month ago, Mr. Speaker, consistent with the initiative launched last June at the International Business and Finance Summit, I announced a 10-year strategy for financial services in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, my ministry's vision for the redevelopment of the Bahamas financial services industry focuses on the following: a cabinet-level portfolio in the Ministry of Financial Services, the rebranding, Mr. Speaker, of the Bahamas as a full business center, a comprehensive approach to increasing the competitiveness of the Bahamas as a business center. And in that context, Mr. Speaker, we focused on human development, including the development of a variety of training and professional exchange initiatives to ensure that our people, Bahamians, at all levels in the industry, have the right skills to advance in today's marketplace. Competitiveness, Mr. Speaker. We have been active in working with other government agencies to chart a path for ease of doing business. This includes coordination with agencies such as the Attorney General's Office for a modernization of the company's register, as well as coordination with financial services regulators to ensure that procedures for approvals of the businesses are efficiently conducted. Mr. Speaker, we advance innovation. We seek to provide the platform to alert entrepreneurs to innovate in terms of products and markets to attract new business. Hand in hand with the regulatory environment, we will continue to support financial services innovation in this country. Mr. Speaker, we advance a comprehensive approach to innovation management, a focus on new geographic markets and a focus on new sectors. Mr. Speaker, we will leverage the Bahamas as a sovereign nation It is our sovereignty that is one of our key assets to the advancement of the economic sustainability and growth of the financial services industry. Hand in hand, Mr. Speaker, with this key asset of sovereignty and my ministry's leadership in this matter, we will launch a number of regional and international initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we sit here and we take that for granted. When you sit here and you look at your financial services competitors, almost every single one of them longs for the sovereignty that we hold so dear to our heart. Almost every single one of them wants to be able to legislate and advance policy as a sovereign nation, not with somebody else telling them not what to do. We in the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, we are blessed with that asset. We are blessed with the ability to advance our country because of our sovereignty. And we have to incorporate it into every aspect of our economic development, Mr. Speaker. And it is certainly incorporated into the economic development of financial services. Mr. Speaker, we're determined to be engaged in the region, and not only re-engaged, because under the prior administration we were never engaged. We look to take leadership positions in the region, Mr. Speaker. In this context, we're in the process of ensuring a regional committee in financial services, one where we will adopt a leadership position to advance regional positions when we are faced with international pressures in a changing environment. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Financial Services, consistent with the pledges made, have caused for the sector and geographic analysis in the plan set forth last June to be conducted. Certainly key markets have been identified, including Latin America and North America. But we've also identified, Mr. Speaker, particular sectors of growth in financial services. On our recent achievement of IOSCO A status, again, the only sovereign country in this region to have IOSCO A status, we look to prepare a launch for new strategies of funds in Latin America, of which this status is ever so key. Consistent with the forecasted financial services industry review, we also developed certain concerted policy initiatives to advance the industry and advancement and the participation of Bahamians in our financial services industry. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of transparency to the Bahamian people, something that I could say we practice on this side, I am pleased to lay at the end of my contribution my 10-year strategy on the table and my presentation of that strategy, as well as the proposed action plan, Mr. Speaker, to implement that strategy. Mr. Speaker, trade. Trade policy is a fundamental component of diversification and advancement of the Bahamas economically, and a platform for the creation of new opportunities for Bahamians. Over the first half of this fiscal year, the Ministry of Financial Services has undertaken an aggressive approach to accomplish the following initiatives in trade. We have educated Bahamian people on the status of the Bahamas in the context of its international trade agreements and the available opportunities to Bahamians as we advance these policy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we have developed in coordination with other government agencies the legislative framework to cause the Bahamas to be a secure trade jurisdiction internationally. Mr. Speaker, we have prepared, based upon our review, a unique value-added trade strategy to advance the Bahamas as the preeminent trade jurisdiction in this hemisphere. We advance the implementation of the government's commitments under the Economic Partnership Agreement and pursue accession to the World Trade Organization. And, Mr. Speaker, we promote the Bahamas as a strategically placed trade hub with all the necessary trade infrastructure and services to be a gateway to the Americas. Mr. Speaker, if you just look at the assets we hold in Freeport, for example, where we have the infrastructure in place, we have the largest container shipping facility and deepwater harbor in the hemisphere. On the opening of the Panama Canal, Mr. Speaker, we will likely be the only trading harbor and container port that can harbor and service the largest ships in the world, Mr. Speaker. In the world. And I have to commend my colleague, the Minister of Grand Bahama, for having the foresight to pursue strategies and policies in this regard early on, Mr. Speaker. We have to take advantage of the assets we have. I spoke of sovereignty in financial services. Well, countries like Jamaica are longing to have the trade infrastructure that we possess in this country. It is part of their plan to try to create a copy of what we have in Freeport. But, Mr. Speaker, we have it already. It is ours. It belongs to the Bahamian people. And we will use the assets we have as a jurisdiction to expand and grow this country economically, providing opportunities for Bahamians. A clear strategy to do so, Mr. Speaker. We've accomplished these immediate goals within our trade portfolio. We began the fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, by organizing a variety of educational symposiums and other events. More than a dozen educational initiatives solely on trade. Because the Bahamian people deserve to know what their government has done and plans on doing, Mr. Speaker. And the Bahamian people have the opportunity, and should have the opportunity at all steps, to question their government and to ask, what policies are you putting in place for my benefit when you do these things? Because like I told my colleague minister from the Dominican Republic when discussing these trade agreements, I told him, I said, if we cannot find a policy and create strategic opportunities for Bahamians to advance themselves out of these initiatives, then what are we doing them for? It is the job of the government of the Bahamas to advance the country internationally, to advance the country in the global environment, but in all instances do so with the purpose to advance Bahamians in what you are doing. That is the job of a government. And that is a job that we take seriously, and that is the job in the portfolio of trade that I take seriously, Mr. Speaker. And part of that are these educational initiatives that you have to conduct to educate the Bahamian people, to interact with them, to understand what the desires and opportunities might be. So we in the ministry over the first 6 months have done more than a dozen public educational initiatives around trade to ensure that the Bahamian people have every opportunity to learn and advance themselves. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, one of the greatest successes of this government, something that I think sets us apart from the former government, is the closeness and the effectiveness of the government interagency collaborative approach. Because what I do in trade, Mr. Speaker, relates to the Attorney General's office, relates to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, relates to the Ministry of Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, relates to the Ministry of Finance. And it is on this side, an interagency collaborative approach is what sets this government apart from the former government. The Ministry of the Financial Services and the Office of the Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, have partnered in the preparation and advancement of a regime-changing intellectual property suite of legislation. Regime-changing, Mr. Speaker, causing us to be compliant with international best practices. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you a story of why this is so important for the development of this country. I had the opportunity to interact with a young entrepreneur at College of the Bahamas who makes creative designs, cell phone cases, iPad cases, computer cases, and has a creative Bahamian designs that he incorporates into that. And he went to go find a producer of his product. He went to China. And you know what they told him in China? He said, you could come, we can make it, we can't protect your goods. We cannot protect your intellectual property because your regime isn't up to par and you're not a member of the World Trade Organization. The framework does not exist for the international advancement of Bahamian entrepreneurs in the context of intellectual property. And it is through close collaboration in the interagency approach that these things actually get done. And I want to commend my colleague behind me, the member from Central and South Eleuthera, on his aggressive and progressive approach in causing these types of initiatives to be undertaken. Mr. Speaker, likewise, And I want to personally commend the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources. Our ministries have worked closely together in the development of groundbreaking sanitary and phytosanitary legislation and regime-changing framework. Mr. Speaker, countries like Haiti want to do direct trade with the Bahamas, inbound and outbound. But we cannot do so because we do not have a proper SPS regime in place to cause for that to happen. We talk frequently, the Minister of Tourism and I, about how do we link trade, and I know the Minister for Agriculture is involved in this, agriculture and the connection with the tourism industry. Well, Mr. Speaker, these large multinational companies require standards and certifications in order to do so. It cannot happen without proper SPS legislation that is a fundamental component of trade and agriculture. So I want to commend my colleague minister at the other end of my table for working closely, interagency approach to cause progressive regime change in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is not a one-man band on this side. We saw what that accomplished. This is a government that works together for the advancement of the Bahamian people. So when I hear the leader of the opposition say he's mystified about believing the Bahamas, well, we're showing it. Regime change in this country, Mr. Speaker, for the advancement of Bahamians in a global atmosphere. That is what we are doing on this side. So when you ask, what's the plan, Mr. Speaker? When you sit there and you ask, what are you doing, Mr. Speaker? I'm here to tell you what we're doing. We are advancing the Bahamian people as we advance this country, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are doing on this side. Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago at the very successful Bahamas International Investment and Business Forum, put on and hosted by my colleague Minister for Investments, the one that was in Grand Bahama, I launched the proposed value-added trade strategy for the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, you can negotiate and enter into whatever international agreements you want to do. You could cause them to change the regime in your country to be consistent with and the best practices throughout the world. But if you do not have a strategy for the advancement of Bahamians within that work that you are doing, you are not working for them. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought it important to advance a strategy of trade for the Bahamas so Bahamians could understand what we are trying to accomplish, and then how could we cause them to advance themselves because of what we want to accomplish. Mr. Speaker, we're actively utilizing existing and prospective trade agreements to foster regional integration and develop business networks and enhance our trade infrastructure. The trade policies, trade promotion, and efforts of a government are designed to lead to the economic growth and business prosperity in this country. These have been integrated into the government's value-added trade strategy, Mr. Speaker. The value-added trade strategy is one that seeks to increase the value of a product at each stage of production. Such stages which may occur in varying jurisdictions, utilizing both the trade in goods and the trade in services. Mr. Speaker, a value-added trade strategy has the potential of leveling our trade balances by simultaneously increasing the export of goods, namely that value-added good, and the services, the distribution, transportation, and professional services associated with that. See, Mr. Speaker, I spoke about the assets of trade in Freeport, but we also sit in the shipping lines to Europe. Almost every ship that travels to Europe from this hemisphere south of Washington, D.C., passes through Bahamian waters. We sit perfectly, Mr. Speaker, to be that value-added trade jurisdiction in this hemisphere, setting us apart from our regional competitors. Countries throughout the region, Mr. Speaker, have put in place a trade strategy of what I call ground-up trade. They manufacture from raw materials straight up in trade. That's the most vulnerable type of trade, Mr. Speaker. We have the assets and the location to have this component-by-component value-added trade strategy. The one in the hemisphere. God has blessed us with our sovereignty, our location, and our assets. We develop a strategy to advance all of those together to encourage and enhance opportunities for the Bahamian people, Mr. Speaker. The trade logistics, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure is arguably the best in the hemisphere. Mr. Speaker, this is the overview of the value-added trade strategy of the Ministry of Financial Services for the advancement of the trade as a pillar of economic growth for the Bahamas. In the continued interest of transparency, and so the members on the opposite side and Bahamians throughout this country can see what we are trying to advance, at the end of my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I would likewise like to table my speech at the symposium where the value-added trade strategy is laid out, and how it is based upon the international advancement and the natural location of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. We are a transparent government, and at all times, Bahamians will be able to see the strategy that we put forth and judge us according to it. So, Mr. Speaker, we've acknowledged that new and innovative strategies such as value-added trade strategy must be pursued to invigorate the Bahamian economy. These strategies must look beyond our local borders, Mr. Speaker, towards our regional and our hemispheric partners in pursuing opportunities for economic growth and vibrancy. To this end, Mr. Speaker, with respect to trade policy, we have cast our eyes outward, embraced regional integration, and adopted this trade strategy which will be a catalyst for sustained economic growth. We now seek to use trade policy and trade promotion to build on platforms that exist, to forge an environment in which businesses and commercial presence in the Bahamas may export products and export services regionally and internationally. The focus is no longer limited to causing consumers of services to come to us, Mr. Speaker, but has been expanded to include fostering policies which provide for made-in-the-Bahamas goods and services to go outward into the world, Mr. Speaker. That is the context in which we need to operate. And I hear the jeers from the member from Long Island, but that's because she cannot see outward, she can only see inward, Mr. Speaker. We are a country that needs to create policies and strategies for the outward development of our people, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Long Island, member for Long Island, member for Long Island. I'll ask the member for Elizabeth to just refrain from that comment of directing your attention to specifically the member for Long Island. Not necessary.
So, Mr. Speaker, we've advanced discussions on such initiatives with our closest regional neighbors, the Dominican Republic and Haiti.
The chair has addressed the issue. Member for Long Island.
I will refrain.
He asked you to refrain. And she said you was your big mouth.
I will refrain.
The member is advised.
Mr. Speaker, we've advanced these discussions on initiatives with our closest regional neighbors. The Dominican Republic and Haiti, for example, Mr. Speaker, are active and engaged in bilateral trade opportunities with the Bahamas, causing Bahamians to recognize opportunities beyond our borders, Mr. Speaker, causing Bahamians to be active in the economic development policies of trade in this country, causing opportunities for them. That's what we're trying to do on this side, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the context of industry, the industry portfolio for the country is in my ministry and is generally inclusive, Mr. Speaker, of the development of industry policies for economic growth of the country through the promotion of existing industry and better defining and advancing new industries. Mr. Speaker, the portfolio also includes the administrative functions related to managing the Industries Encouragement Act. In both instances, Mr. Speaker, we look to ensure efficiencies and effectiveness to cause for the advancement of the economy for Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, shortly after coming to office, this PLP government amended the mistakes of that F&M former government with respect to the Industry Encouragement Act to ensure continued incentives are provided to manufacturers, providing government support for their development and their expansion, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Financial Services administers this legislation, and we have developed an industry unit with a focus to providing timely and efficient services to Bahamian businesses. Mr. Speaker, in the context of industry advancement and the creation of policy to further develop the industry and diversify our economy, the Ministry of Financial Services called for comprehensive and aggressive information gathering initiatives with industries throughout the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. This is an important point, Mr. Speaker. we visited and listened to manufacturers and industry participants in all over New Providence, Grand Bahama, Abaco, Eleuthera. See, Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Financial Services, if we're going to advance an initiative of industry development in this country, we felt that it is important to better understand the level of industry that currently exists in the Bahamas, and ultimately to understand, Mr. Speaker, where opportunities were to further advance industry and to create new sectors within our economy, Mr. Speaker. I meet later this week, Mr. Speaker, with the light manufacturers organized by the Bahamas Light Industry Development Council to, again, advance the further dialogue with industry throughout the Bahamas. So you have to listen to people, Mr. Speaker, and you have to understand what people are doing. You have to go to them and see what they're doing firsthand to understand how you advance their interests and you develop the industry for their benefit. Because if you do not know what is going on in your country, Mr. Speaker, how could you create policy for the advancement of the Bahamian people in that regard? And, Mr. Speaker, one area that we discovered that was severely underserved, but with great economic and entrepreneurial benefit, is the creative industries. In our tours throughout the country, Mr. Speaker, we discovered, as most of us already know, that there are scores of creative and cultural talents throughout the Bahamas. What is missing, however, Mr. Speaker, is a policy framework to cause the economic reality of the creative industries in the Bahamas, to cause these businesses, which are generally self-employed persons at this point, to create a framework for the economic advancement of the creative industries, to leverage their talents of creativity and cultural awareness to make it economically viable. We need, Mr. Speaker, to call for a business plan for the creative industries to be created, ensuring Bahamian entrepreneurs have a direction and a framework to succeed in this regard. Mr. Speaker, to advance this industry, to create economic growth for thousands of Bahamians with natural talent, the Ministry of Financial Services, in partnership with the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, and BAIC, along with the private sector, Mr. Speaker, has proposed that a Creative Industries Council be formed, inclusive of all the members I just listed, to advance the business plan and the strategy development for the creative industries in this country. There has always been a series of organizational meetings, Mr. Speaker, to lead to the establishment of this Creative Industries Council. In addition to formulating a way forward, the Creative Industries Council will be responsible for advising on recommendations for incentive legislation for this new industry, to aid in the development and the advancement of the industry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have also developed policies that incorporate the creative industries in international trade, because we want to create a potential export market, Mr. Speaker, to take our talents abroad. We look to do this through trade shows, through symposiums, and through raising the profile of Bahamian artisans. Through a collaborative partnership between the Ministry of Grand Bahama, BAIC, and the Ministry of Financial Services, responsible for industry, we look to host Design Caribbean Trade Show here in the Bahamas, which should be hosted in Grand Bahama later this year. Aims at bringing hundreds of regional artisans and international buyers to our shores. The intent is to provide the linkages between our local artisans, Mr. Speaker, and the international buying community, whether it be large chain stores or whether it be boutique stores up and down the east coast of the United States. Linking the creativity and economic viability of the Bahamian people with the international purchasers to cause for the industry to develop and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, become an export market and an export industry for the Bahamas. This is an example of the advancement of industry development policy to cause for economic growth and diversification, providing opportunities for Bahamians, Mr. Speaker. It is of utmost importance that we never lose sight of this charge, to identify in every step opportunities for Bahamians, opportunities throughout this entire archipelago, Mr. Speaker, because as the Minister of Tourism frequently says, the Bahamas is not only Nassau, but it is the advancement of Bahamians throughout the entire archipelago. and our economic policy in doing so has to recognize that. Mr. Speaker, arbitration. We in the Ministry of Financial Services are excited about launching the program to develop the jurisdiction as a preeminent international commercial arbitration center. Our Jobs Empowerment Program, as well as our Charter for Governance, spoke to the importance of establishing the Bahamas as an internationally recognized commercial arbitration center. Strengthening the financial services, Mr. Speaker, and providing well-paying jobs and opportunities for many Bahamian professionals. Recognizing the opportunities that exist, we likewise recognize the challenges in developing such a plan, Mr. Speaker. Establishing the Bahamas as a preeminent international arbitration center requires a disciplined strategy, building on the technical capacity in the area of arbitration, and ensuring the professional community has vested interest in the strategy, Mr. Speaker.
Reading in peace.
Without vested interest by our professional community, you cannot develop an arbitration center in the Bahamas. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that in creating the International Commercial Arbitration Center, we can allow for creating a niche. A ship registry would allow for maritime arbitration matters to be arbitrated here in the Bahamas. As we promote a trade agenda, Mr. Speaker, trade matters can be disputed in this country. We believe the Bahamas is much like Mauritius in this regard, Mr. Speaker. Mauritius is considered an arbitration center for commercial disputes involving African nations. Opportunities, business disputes in Africa. We believe that the location and advancement of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, gives us the capacity to be the arbitration center for dispute resolutions in Latin America. The Ministry of Financial Services, Mr. Speaker, we have partnered with the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators branch here in the Bahamas to cause for joint education initiatives of our professional industries, our judiciary, and our Bahamian students. Mr. Speaker, this is imperative to ensure that capacity is developed and built upon in furtherance of the Bahamas as a world-renowned arbitration center. We have to likewise build capacity in our practitioners on the international stage, Mr. Speaker. We have the talent in this country to have world-renowned arbitrators. We have the ability to make it so. We just have to advance that cause. Because as you create the credibility and the sophistication in a new industry such as arbitration, it causes for employment opportunities to be created. It causes for our service providers to have diversified offerings. It allows for us to hire new staff and advance a cause of economic diversification. But we have to build capacity in our people, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the educational initiatives are so important. But in this vein, Mr. Speaker, in the context of building capacity, I thought it important in my ministry, in matters that I have influence on, to advance Bahamian professionals in every turn. Mr. Speaker, we were able to secure a Bahamian arbitrator as a representative of CARIFORUM. CARIFORUM is the Caribbean community in the EPA with the EU. The EPA provides for dispute resolution and arbitration as a means for that, Mr. Speaker. The CARIFORUM regions were allowed 5 persons on the panel, and the EU likewise were allowed 5 persons on the panel. Well, Mr. Speaker, I thought it imperative that we advance the cause of Bahamian arbitrators in that context. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Bertha Cooper Russo, a pioneer of arbitration development in the Bahamas, was appointed as just one of the 5 arbitrators in this region for this panel. A Bahamian, Mr. Speaker, and not only was she appointed over scores of others for the region, but she came in with either the first or the second highest grade in the measuring of capabilities in arbitration in the region. A Bahamian, Mr. Speaker. So I don't want to sit here and hear that we cannot do this. We can advance our people in the international context in whatever we decide to do, Mr. Speaker, and arbitration is just one of those. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the proper strategic plan is formulated, however, The necessary discipline and advancement must be in place, and a strategic body must be created. With the leave of the Prime Minister, we will cause the International Arbitration Council of the Bahamas to be formed, with representatives for all interested organizations in the Bahamas, public and private. The mandate of the Arbitration Council, Mr. Speaker, will be to join technical expertise from both the public and the private sectors, to conduct the necessary research to facilitate the establishment of the Arbitration Center. The Council, Mr. Speaker, will provide advice and guidance to the government on the infrastructural needs and matters relative to the establishment of the International Commercial Arbitration Center. Mr. Speaker, it is my belief that the Bahamas has the capacity to develop an international commercial arbitration center that meets the demands globally. We have the professional service providers locally, Mr. Speaker, to provide the best services and best level of services to clients of the center that come from throughout the world. Through the development of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, as an international commercial arbitration center, we will ensure that opportunities are provided to Bahamian professional services providers, creating a diversified industry for many, Mr. Speaker. This is the mindset of this government. In every initiative for economic advancement that we undertake, it is to do so with a mindset of advancing the interests of the Bahamian people. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to commend the Prime Minister and the Minister of State for Finance for their balanced approach to prudent stewardship. And as I discussed, this includes responsible and efficient expenditures, causing savings where savings can be achieved, ensuring revenues owed to the government are efficiently and effectively collected without raising taxes to Bahamians, and ensuring policies for economic growth and the advancement for Bahamians and companies operating in the Bahamas not only exist, but are continuously and aggressively pursued at every turn, Mr. Speaker. And to support this initiative and to encourage the expansion of our economic model, the Ministry of Financial Services is not only the representative ministry of the second pillar of our economy, but is also responsible for the promotion, development, and the promotion and the development of the economies related to trade and industry. And in conclusion, I think it's important to point out, Mr. Speaker, each component is an important element of our economic development. Each component of the portfolio builds on another. For instance, a robust industrial sector supports a trade agenda. A dynamic trade industry, Mr. Speaker, provides the foundation for expansion and further development of the financial services industry. This is part of the genius of the Prime Minister's vision, Mr. Speaker, to allow portfolios and agencies to work together towards the economic progress and vision for the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, this is a significant element of the balanced approach to prudent stewardship that the Prime Minister announced last week in his midterm budget statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elizabeth supports the midterm budget debate.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Seabreeze. Seabreeze, kindly yield. You may.
I'm sorry.
Member for Elizabeth.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table two items. One is the speech announcing the 10-year strategy for dominance in financial services, and the second is the speech announcing the value-added trade strategy for the Bahamas. Thank you.
Very well. Order that the communications be brought up. And duly tabled. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Seabreeze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to contribute to the debate on the government's fiscal position for the remainder of the fiscal period 2012-2013. I do so, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the wonderful people of Seabreeze. I have the privilege to serve the folks in Seabreeze, Mr. Speaker, and I'm ever mindful of my responsibility to them. Mr. Speaker, these are challenging times, and those of us who offer ourselves as servants of the people have never been more acutely aware of the awesome responsibility reposed in us by the people of this country. The cries for jobs and opportunities confront us each day by phone calls and visits from our constituents. Mr. Speaker, the last 5 years of FNM governance was devastating for our country and for our people. We experienced some of the lowest points in our human awareness and development. It was a period where greed and avarice of the privileged few took priority over the well-being of the masses. Bahamians were told that they need not apply, that they were lazy and they were incompetent, that they could not be trusted. But, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people have much to be proud of. We need only look around us and to travel our family islands to know how special we are as a people. I thank God, Mr. Speaker, that Sir Lyndon Pindling and the founding fathers of this nation who instilled in us dignity and self-worth. It was this ingrained self-confidence, Mr. Speaker, which kept us during the last 5 years of FNM mismanagement and bad governance in this country. As we move forward, it will still be the same ingrained dignity and self-worth that will bring us through the economic tsunami that this same mismanagement caused. Mr. Speaker, the PLP, this government, must now restore and replenish this land and its people. We do so, Mr. Speaker, and to do so requires us to have vision and ingenuity. It will take time. I have every confidence, Mr. Speaker, in the Right Honourable Member for Centerville, our Prime Minister, together with my Cabinet colleagues. We are on a mission to save this economy. We did it in 2002, through the years 2002 and 2007, and we will do it again. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister introduced the mid-year budget for the fiscal periods 2012-2013. This communication to the Bahamian people was a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Member for Centerville and the Member for Golden Isles have, through the initiatives in this budget, set this country on the right track, on the road to financial recovery. The fiscal plan of action, as it has been called and which is addressed beginning at page 6 of the Prime Minister's communication, foreshadows a measured, prudent, and cautious approach to recovery. These include long-term and short-term measures to improve the overall fiscal health of our country. The short-term measures include the real property tax amnesty, self-registration and waivers, and the lowering of excise tax on trucks less than 20 tons from 85% to 65%. Speaking of the real property tax initiative, Mr. Speaker, this is huge because it will allow the Real Property Tax Department to shake off the overwhelming task of carrying out assessments that are many years overdue. Mr. Speaker, those of us who have been involved in real estate transactions over the years, and I've done so as an attorney, have experienced difficulty in closing transactions where assessments are late or in many cases have not been carried out at all. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this is more common than it should be. Someone ends up losing at the end of the day. Either the client loses the transaction because the assessment is not carried out, or the government loses the opportunity to collect the tax at all or in a timely manner. The department seemed to lack the capacity to keep pace with the arrears and the current taxes at the same time. Now the slate has been wiped clean, and the department can implement its new programs with a fresh perspective. Mr. Speaker, the lowering of duty on trucks. The government recognizes the importance of small and medium businesses to our economy. It is important that we make every provision possible for those involved in the construction industry to have all of the necessary tools to take advantage of opportunities for employment and entrepreneurial ventures. Presently, Mr. Speaker, only a handful of Bahamian companies, and those few involved are those that seem to, in any case, monopolize the construction industry. Only a few have benefited from the two major projects that are ongoing in this country, and those projects would be the construction of the airport and the construction of Bahamas. I understand from many small and medium contractors that every excuse in the world has been used to keep them out of some of these very important opportunities. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, this initiative, which allows them to purchase equipment, much-needed equipment, will hopefully go a long way in assisting them where the high custom duty on truck imports prohibited them in the past. Mr. Speaker, the government department's curtailing of expenditure, which has been forecasted by the government. The government has also, for the short time, called on ministries and government departments to curtail expenditure and have undertaken that the pace of capital expenditure will be moderated. This is significant. The government is not asking ministries and departments to do anything that it itself is not prepared to do. So its undertaking to exercise restraint and discipline in its spending demonstrates that we are prepared to put our money where our mouth is. This augurs well for the future and should be received in the spirit intended by administrators in the various government departments. All politics, Mr. Speaker, should be put aside. The dire fiscal conditions should be acknowledged by all, and all should do their part to save our country's economy. Mr. Speaker, the short-term measures introduced are but one dimension of this government's fiscal plan. The more comprehensive long-term measures that are to be undertaken in this midterm period and beyond deserves commendation. Mr. Speaker, these measures will transform the public sector. They will transform the way we do business. They will transform the way we collect our taxes and transform the way we govern our country. Mr. Speaker, these law performance, the tightening of expenditure controls, a comprehensive review and assessment of all revenue areas with a view to seeking means to enhance the government's revenue collection, and fifthly, structural reforms that would improve the revenue yield. These initiatives are intended to arrest the fiscal decline, reestablish our positive credit rating over time, and restore our credibility with the international community, which was lost under the F&M government. Mr. Speaker, the member for Angliston, the substantive Minister for Transport and Aviation, will speak to the several initiatives that our ministry is undertaking to do our part to meet the government's mandate to curtail spending. You would also, I believe, hear Minister Hannah Martin speak of several initiatives for our ministry to increase revenue from the departments which fall under our portfolio and within our ministry. I will simply ask that you stay tuned. Suffice it to say, however, that as with most ministries, the capacity and potential for improvement cannot be overstated. I wish to speak to two projects in our ministry which I am overseeing, Mr. Speaker, and that is the commercialization of the post office and the unification of the public transportation system. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the post office, in keeping with the Universal Postal Union's mandate, the Bahamas Post Office is seeking ways to move in the direction of greater commercialization of its services, which will mean greater revenue potential. This direction must be achieved without losing sight of the dimension of the public service and the fact that the Postal Service is no longer the sole lifeline to communication for our citizens and businesses. The single most challenging factor for our Postal Service today is not being able to meet the customer's needs. Without an improvement in the quality of service, security, and the ability to embrace new technologies, we will continue to lose out to the competition and eventually become obsolete in this rapidly evolving communications market. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas Postal Service can improve its position as a major player in the ongoing communications revolution by implementing the Universal Postal Union's Doha strategy. It is a blueprint that challenges postal service providers to seize the opportunities offered by new technologies, new customers, demands, and new institutional options. With the realization that e-commerce is leading the charge for growth and expansion in developing economies and emerging markets through the internet, the post office finds itself in a unique position to capitalize on the global trends such as internet shopping, invoicing payments, utilities payments, joint agreements with strategic partners for the acceptance and delivery of express mail. To this end, the Post Office has been actively pursuing the prospect of partnering with one of the global courier service providers to offer our customers the same level of service they have come to expect and is constantly demanding. We are also in negotiations, Mr. Speaker, with one of the world's leading hybrid mail provider, which will allow Bahamian businesses to access a more rapid mail delivery process through a digital feed of documents, which are then encrypted and routed electronically to the end destination country, where they are then delivered within several hours. Mr. Speaker, we are very excited about the prospect of this hybrid mail. It is certainly what we call cutting-edge technology in mail delivery. New information and communications technologies, ICTs, have helped to usher in a new age for communications, economics, and politics. The postal sector is one of the key players affected by this new environment. The new means of communications are substituting the letter mail business and therefore pressuring the post office to enter the e-commerce business through the growth of the parcel business. The post office is proposing to tap into this market by setting up a U.S. address for its own online shoppers and customers. Mr. Speaker, and I know many of us who like to do the online shopping have found it to be cumbersome not to be able to deal with our post office, and so we're excited that this is going to be an initiative that we hope to implement in the very near future. Also, in an effort to bring the postal services in line with modern practices and improve the mail service to the Family Islands, plans are in motion to systematically remove all post offices operating out of persons' homes. And so, Mr. Speaker, you see that even today, in 2013, we actually have postal services that are conducted from persons' home in the Family Islands. And we are hoping that we can move away from that process and make provision for a proper place for each of the post offices to operate from. But, Mr. Speaker, improvements creating new revenue streams and collecting that revenue will fail to yield the positive results for us if revenue collection is vulnerable to the vagaries of personalities within the Postal Service. As with all agencies which are responsible for revenue collection for the country, every possible effort must be made to devise systems and procedures which protect against graft and pilferage. A recent audit of the Post Office and its services has been recently undertaken by the Ministry of Finance and will hopefully expose any weaknesses in the system and those who have taken advantage of those weaknesses. Steps must be taken to correct such weaknesses, and it is our intention, Mr. Speaker, to do so in concert with the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, recent reports of falling concrete debris at the main post office brought into focus the problem of the physical plant at the post office. The building was built in the 1970s and houses several governmental departments and agencies. The problem of the falling debris was immediately addressed by the Ministry of Works, and every effort has been made to secure the safety of the staff and the public at large at the post office. Staff were relocated and temporary remedial work done to the building for the time being. However, Mr. Speaker, the time has surely come when we must make a firm decision as to the viability of refurbishing the building or demolishing it. And it is interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, in considering the problems that we have had with that building over the course of the last several years, and the fact that we are looking to build a new parliament, I came up with the brilliant idea, which I thought was brilliant, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps that is a wonderful site for us to put our new parliament. So I'm going to commend that to the government. Mr. Speaker, speaking of the road traffic department, a new site for a new building. Mr. Speaker, the road traffic department is a revenue generating machine. Unfortunately, this department, which is also under the portfolio of the Ministry of Transport and Aviation, has not been operating efficiently. In fact, it is the object of much criticism almost on a daily basis. What is seen by the public as it relates to road traffic is one, physical premises that are old, run down, and poorly kept. A shortage of physical plan, meaning that there are not sufficient outstations for the road traffic department where they carry out inspections and licensing. Physical premises that do not adequately support the number of customers on any given date. Licenses that are still being handwritten, which undermines the integrity the documents of this nature should represent. Insufficient staff available most times to serve the public in a timely manner, and the result is that we have long lines and angry customers. Outmoded, unreliable, and outdated computer equipment and programs which, due to the frequency at which they break down, exacerbate an already bad situation. Reports of less than favorable conduct of some of the staff with the general public. Mr. Speaker, a public bus service that leaves much to be desired when it comes to safety and reliability. A taxi and commercial transportation system which lacks cohesion and rationality. An industry which heretofore grew without any plan or structure. Hundreds of outstanding applications for every type of public service license in the system. These are just a few of the problems which require redress in the road traffic department. None of them are easy fixes. A comprehensive program of reform is needed, and I am pleased that the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, has begun to address the problem systematically. Initially, by implementing a cash receiving system and through the provision of staff from the Treasury to assist with the high volume days. It is foreshadowed, Mr. Speaker, that sometime in the ensuing 2013-2014 fiscal year, that the entire revenue collection system at the Road Traffic Department will be changed and greatly improved. This will necessarily require some movement of staff, the hiring of new staff, and the training and retraining of personnel to ensure maximum productivity in the department. Mr. Speaker, the unification of the public bus system. This is a long overdue project. There is little doubt that the public bus system needs transformation. This has been on the radar of successive governments. But, Mr. Speaker, it is considered by most to be a very daunting task, and one where we are likely to come up against objection and opposition from many of the 600 individual franchise holders. However, Mr. Speaker, the existing system is untenable at best. 600 individual franchise holders make for a frenetic, severely disorganized system, drivers that are undisciplined and untrained. The stories of the chaos of the system abound, and there are reports of serious crimes like rape, robbery, stabbings, assaults, all occurring on the public bus system. There are reports of loud music, lewd and lascivious behavior, and even pornography being shown on some of these buses. These problems have been around for a long time, Mr. Speaker. If we do not address them now, it is likely that conditions will deteriorate even further. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the public transportation system evolved without any kind of organization or structure. And even though there are laws and regulations which govern the industry, the lack of cohesion and cooperation of franchise and individual owners makes for a fragmented system where little attention has been paid to modernization of equipment, best practices in the industry, and the improvements that modern-day technology provides for the industry. What there is foreshadowed, however, Mr. Speaker, by unifying the franchise owners under one system will create uniformity and cohesion. A professionally run corporation, properly staffed, where there is a public-private partnership, is what is envisioned and foreshadowed for the Ministry of Transport and Aviation and the public bus system. Mr. Speaker, the unification of the public bus system is part and parcel of the New Providence Road Improvement Project. The funding for conducting the studies that are needed for the project is funded by the IDB under the New Providence Road Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, after many months pursuing the funding for an update of the 1998 report, which is a report of the unifying of the system and which advises the government on the best way to go about it, I am told that such report has been commissioned and should take a matter of weeks to complete. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, the New Providence Road Improvement Project is being reviewed, and it is hoped that any remediation work or adjustments to the roads that help to facilitate the implementation of a bus system befitting of the hundreds of millions of dollars spent improving our roads. And so, Mr. Speaker, having spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the roads, I believe the least we can do is to rationalize, organize, and create a bus system that is safe and reliable so that we can get the best out of the money that we have spent creating the road corridors that we have. Mr. Speaker, the Road Traffic Department also recognizes that there are problems, Mr. Speaker, in terms of safety on our streets. The fatality count, Mr. Speaker, is of much concern to us. The streets of the Bahamas are claiming far too many lives. In 2012, there were 45 or more traffic fatalities. And so far this year, there have already been at least 14 occurring between the New Providence and the Family Islands. Of those that have occurred, 32 of those 45 last year were males and 6 were females. 32 males and 6 females. The largest percentage were, of course, young males. Mr. Speaker, these statistics are alarming, and we will do all that we can to curtail what is fast becoming or which is taking on epidemic proportions. Mr. Speaker, the National Road Safety Committee is a committee which advises the sector and helps and is also to educate the public about road safety. It is important that the road users are made aware of their responsibility to themselves and other road users. It is the mission of this committee and the Ministry of Transport and Aviation to minimize the death and injury toll on the streets of the Bahamas. This will be achieved through programs that promote awareness and safety when driving and walking. For the month of March, we will launch our program against the use of cell phones and other handheld technology devices while driving. And I think the slogan will be a text or a call can wreck it all. Mr. Speaker, we are moving diligently to ensure that that program takes off in the matter of a day or two. These pose a serious distraction to road users, Mr. Speaker, technological devices, that is. While there is little empirical evidence to prove that they have played a significant role in the traffic accidents that have taken place since they have become almost second nature to us, we are committed to staying ahead of this issue. The committee's work will become more and more obvious as it is the intention to engage in some activity or another on a constant, ongoing basis, so that safety awareness becomes second nature to the motoring and pedestrian public. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have tried to work diligently to address the concerns of our people and to follow the roadmap we have devised to chart our way forward for the next 2 generations. Mr. Speaker, though we have been severely criticized, we remain true to our charter for governance and to developing this country in a sustainable way. Mr. Speaker, and that has never been more evident in, I think, the presentation of the member for Elizabeth, really brought home, while he was making his contribution and I was thinking about it, really brought home to me the difference between what happened in 2007 and 2012 and what we are doing now. 2007 to 2012, we saw a lot of buildings. We saw a lot of buildings. We saw roads. We saw a lot of, physical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing now, we are building a nation. That's the difference. We are building a nation. We are ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that the infrastructure for our people's development is put in place. We are ensuring, Mr. Speaker, and we are concentrating on the people of this country, not the buildings, not the roads, the people. The advancement of our people. We are making plans for the future development of this nation. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker. And it became very much apparent when the member for Elizabeth was making his contribution. Mr. Speaker, you see, to advance, you need to have a plan, you know. Yes. You have to have a plan, and then you have to follow that plan. And the plan has to be a sustainable plan. It can't just be, I am going to make, put some buildings up, put some walls up, build some roads up, put some sun on the beach. Mr. Speaker, you got to have a plan for your people. You have to have a plan for your people. That's the difference. That's the difference between the PLP and the FNM, Mr. Speaker, and that's the difference between 2007 and 2012. And what happened now, Mr. Speaker, that's the difference. Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I've never been more proud of when the leader of this nation, the member for Centerville, along with the junior minister of finance, the member for Golden Isles, when they read and contributed to this midterm budget, Mr. Speaker, I felt a sense of hope, Mr. Speaker, that we're moving in the right direction. Okay, we're not just building for 5 years so we could get re-elected again. No. Mr. Speaker, we're building a country. We're looking out for my children and my grandchildren, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're doing. And, I heard a lot of nonsense over there. I'm talking foolishness about, foolishness. Yes. That's all I have to put it down to, Mr. Speaker. What we're doing here, we're building a nation, Mr. Speaker. And all I am going to say to my colleagues is keep on keeping on, Mr. Speaker. We're headed in the right direction. And at the end of the day, the Bahamian people will benefit from what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Because you don't just build a country by putting up buildings. Okay, you have to build your people. You have to put in place a structure for their development, Mr. Speaker. You have to grow an economy. You have to pay attention to what you're spending. You don't just spend carte blanche, spend money, Mr. Speaker, like you have an open credit card and you could spend. Yes. Mr. Speaker, you have to control what you're doing. Yes. And you have to control it in the environment in which it is happening. And, Mr. Speaker, the environment between 2007 and 2012 did not call for $100 million in over expenditure in roads. Yes. It was a bad decision. And it's a bad decision, Mr. Speaker, that we gave away our telecommunications company. Mr. Speaker, it was a bad decision. And you know what else, Mr. Speaker? It was a horrible decision when we put it out of the reach of the Bahamian people to regain it by putting in penalty clauses that we can't reach, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a horrible decision. And nothing they say over there could change that, Mr. Speaker. It's not going to be changed. That's a fact. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we are all paying the price for it.
Yeah, static, the same stuff.
We are all paying the price for it, Mr. Speaker.
The leader of opposition, they saw listen to this phone.
The economy in this country was hurt as a result of the decisions made by the FNM government. Yeah. And they sit here and act as though they weren't present when these decisions were being made, Mr. Speaker. And we're all suffering from it. Our people are out of work.
I want to talk about it. So don't blame them.
Social services, inundated, people need their lights paid. Food, the basic necessities of life, Mr. Speaker, because of bad policies made by the FNM government. Yes. And they sit here and talk nonsense.
They say don't blame them.
Sit here and talk nonsense. You think the people, their memory that short?
No, sir.
The memory ain't that short, Mr. Speaker. They're not that short. You're hoping and praying their memory that short, but they're not that short because they're still suffering. And they're suffering as a result of bad policies.
And if it's short,
suffering.
You can make sure of mine.
They're still suffering from your bad policies. From your bad policies. Your bad policies. Your bad policies. your horrible policies.
They say that's right.
That's right.
So why you don't come run and see me?
I know one thing. I know one thing. She run from Montague.
Honorable members.
She had to run from Montague. 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 They throw you away. Throw you from Montague. Throw you from. They send you to the Family Island. They send you to the Family Island. Big failure. Failure.
Please address the chair, please.
Mr. Speaker, as the government, we have tried to diligently work to address the concerns of our people. And to follow the roadmap we have advised to chart our way forward for the next 2 generations. Mr. Speaker, though we have been severely criticized, we remain true to our charter of governance and to developing this country in a sustainable way. We worked hard to achieve our 100-day target and have accomplished most of them, chief among which is the reintroduction of urban renewal and the holding of the referendum on gambling, which we promised the people. Mr. Speaker, whatever the naysayers, I am happy that we kept our word to the Bahamian people, and their trust is important to us. Mr. Speaker, it is my fervent prayer, all politics aside, that this government succeeds. Mr. Speaker, the suffering of our people, the crime, the unemployment which seeks to rob us of our dignity, our pride, and the stand of our joy. The unemployment which seeks to rob us of our dignity and our pride. Failure, Mr. Speaker, is not an option for us.
No, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I support the bills and the resolutions which will cause these measures advanced in this media budget communication to come to fruition. And I will have it paid, Mr. Speaker. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many.
What's the ratio? Are you going? Go ahead. You want to go?
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member.
Up to you. Yeah, he's the minister.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I want to congratulate the students at East Grand Bahama Primary on their 2nd consecutive win in the Rotary Club of Lucaya SECME bottle rocketry competition held last week. The engineering and technical skills shown by the students, especially team members Devonia Albury, Alexander Smith, Darren Lang, and Baronique Pinder, is to be commended, and we are especially proud of them. And of course, none of this would be possible without the guidance and support of some very talented teachers, especially team coach Miss Safara Wright. Congratulations again. I would also like to recognize Mr. Dennis Knowles and the members from the Rotary Club of Lucaya, along with Mr. Avelino McGibbon and the Grand Bahama Engineering Society, who have put so much time and effort in developing this program, which has exposed hundreds of children to science and technology and provided scholarships for many. Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of the good people of East Grand Bahama. And at this time, I particularly think of those productive Bahamians who continue to find themselves out of work, despite golden dreams. Those who have been terminated from urban renewal program for political reasons. Those who have completed the 52-week employment program and now find that they have no readily available options. And because the government of the Bahamas has not seen fit to make their national insurance contributions, find that they are disqualified from claiming unemployment benefits, something employers in the private sector would be prosecuted for. I think of those Bahamians who were promised with great fanfare relief from the ravages of Hurricane Sandy and have not received one nail, Mr. Speaker, not one nail. Indeed, I was just reminded this morning by Mr. King in Grand Bahama to remind this government that residents are still awaiting word on the exigency the extension of the exigency orders, which will give residents more time to scrap up enough money to repair their own homes, because this government is obviously not interested in helping anybody. Those who were promised mortgage relief and otherwise sold a bag of unfulfilled dreams.
Point of order. Chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Isles.
Yeah, the honourable member speaks of individuals who have requested extensions for the exigency order. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that requests were received in the Ministry of Finance late last week, and they were dealt with right away for an extension.
Very well. Member for East Grand Bahama. Be so advised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Golden Isles. I thank you, and the people of Grand Bahama thank you. They haven't gotten it yet? No, he said that it was approved.
Didn't he just get it last week?
Mr. Speaker, those who were promised mortgage relief and otherwise sold a bag of unfulfilled dreams, still in fear of foreclosure, with few options left to avoid total personal financial disaster. What a cruel hoax to play on honest, hard-working Bahamians for the sake of politics. Mr. Speaker, as we engage in this mid-year budget debate, I'm extremely disappointed and concerned. This being my first such exercise, it is mind-boggling to me that the government, realizing all of the challenges before us, would come to this Parliament to present what can only be regarded as propaganda and an attempt to further confuse and distract the people of the Bahamas. How else can you explain the lack of support presented to back up the assertions made? How else do you read the lack of detailed comparative financial and statistical data that would allow Parliament and the average Bahamian citizen to objectively assess this government's performance and the management of our financial affairs? During the F&M's administration, such a detailed mid-year budget was presented every year except last year, which was an election year. And I find it very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that we are going backwards on freedom of information and accountability once again. I trust this lack of transparency is not an attempt to hide the true state of our country's affairs. The government, we must admit, does, however, have a lot of nerve. The Prime Minister mentioned in his communications the promises made in their so-called Charter for Governance. Many now call this a charter for no governance. As a result of the lack of performance and achievement by this administration of many of the promises made, especially as regard to employment, many are frustrated and feeling like they just got swing. And why shouldn't they? Crime continues out of control. Unemployment remains in the high double digits. The economy is weak. The national debt continues to soar. And yes, scandals in government are back in full swing, with the usual suspects up front and center. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's mid-year statement shows that this administration is not serious about proper fiscal management and transparency, because many things they've done to date and are still doing shows everything but fiscal prudence. Later, I will show that what the Prime Minister is calling prudence is actually a burden on the backs of the people, especially the middle class. Even the no increase in tax pledge shows he's not serious. To make such a statement at the mid-year budget mark, having announced the intention to introduce a value-added tax in July of next year, is a big joke. Who has ever introduced any taxes in a mid-year budget? But looking at what has happened over the 7 months to December 2012, I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker. Concerned about the repeated rumors of urban renewal workers not being paid on time or at all. I'm concerned when I hear with absolute conviction and condemnation respected members of society, including a priest, alleging mismanagement of urban renewal programs and funds one day, and just as quickly the next day, seemingly satisfaction based upon statements that the funds collected are kept in a separate account that the managing committee has no knowledge of or access to. I ask again, who is in control of this program? And is there accountability for program funds and funds solicited from the public? It is not a question of integrity, Mr. Speaker, but one of accountability and good governance, which I contend was glaringly lacking when the minister responsible for urban renewal gave a television interview stating that he was not aware of urban renewal's public solicitation of funds and services, a fact well documented in the press. In fact, just last week, BTC held a press conference on the very same subject, announcing that they were going to make some partnership or contributions. They didn't say how much, but they said they were making some contributions. And I can show you letters sent to private businesses in Freeport by representatives of the program asking for funds or services in kind. Neither the minister responsible or the Prime Minister has yet to tell the people of Grand Bahama who is in charge of the program in Grand Bahama. Mrs. Reckley, Mrs. Pratt, or the police. Was Mrs. Pratt correct in a statement? And does this government support her? And why are urban renewal workers still wearing PLP colors after being given a directive to cease? Mr. Speaker, I am concerned when, according to the Department of Statistics, unemployment overall has decreased by some 0.07%, while mortgage delinquency rates are still skyrocketing, and not one single person from the Mortgage Corporation, not one, qualifies for the promised mortgage relief program. Poor people, Mr. Speaker, not one. Speaking to the unemployment rates in Grand Bahama, the overall unemployment rate has gone up a full percentage point since May, and now stands at 18%. Unemployment among women is now 19.8%, a very troubling statistic when we acknowledge that women comprise the breadwinners and bedrocks of a lot of families these days. Among the youth, unemployment continues over 30% and growing, even as the government seeks to re-engage retired workers and to slash CLB's budget. Interestingly, the BEC chairman did not seem to get the notice. It has to be unacceptable that CLB will be required to engage in savings, and BEC would not have received such a letter. Unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. It may be interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that even if the Sunwing project, a project initiated while the F&M was in office, employs the promised 1,000 people, all at the same time, which would be a stretch, the unemployment rate in Grand Bahama would still be unacceptable at 14.5%. And that's before the introduction of the additional 1,000 students that will be joining the workforce shortly. A significant problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking to the Central Bank of the Bahamas monthly economic development report, it states the following. The fiscal situation deteriorated over the first 5 months of fiscal year 2012-2013 as broad-based gains in aggregate spending outpaced the tax-led rise in total receipts. In the monetary sector, foreign currency proceeds from government's external bond issue buoyed both liquidity and external reserves over the review month. However, heightened demand for foreign currency and softness in receipts from real sector activities contributed to a net decline in revenues over the year. Over the year. In other words, Mr. Speaker, spending continues to significantly outstrip revenues, and were it not for the past borrowings by the government in June, we would have real trouble in the economy. This statement also points to the real softness in our economy, and the fact that continued borrowing is not the answer, but a path to a very slippery tipping point in our overall economy. This is borne out by the statistics presented in the government's medium-term fiscal consolidation plan, a spreadsheet with a lot of numbers and no backup to determine how the numbers are derived. But looking at this, or assumptions, but looking at this schedule, you will note that the recurrent deficit grew from 2006-07, when it was 4.5% of recurrent revenue, to 18.3% in 2009-2010 at the height of the global recession, and was trending back down to 14% by 2011-2012 as a result of prudent fiscal management in the face of an election. The government's 2012-2013 budget, however, projected another increase in the recurrent deficit percentage, projected to be 17.5%. Yes. This is what was used as the basis for the first borrowing in June, in my opinion. That's right. But looking at the midterm results, the recurrent spending deficit has already grown to 28.6% of recurrent revenue, a full 11% higher than that budgeted, and is projected to be 20.3% by the fiscal year end, presumably due to some fiscal restraint that will be implemented from here. This, I submit, is the basis for the new borrowing request, and has nothing to do with the previous administration, but everything to do with mismanagement of the economy and cash flows by the current administration. Were it not for the Bahamas project, the Sunwing project, the Cove project, and yes, the roadworks, and the many other infrastructural projects started under the FNM government, where would we be, Mr. Speaker? I heard the minister, the member for Seabreeze talking about infrastructure and the spending we put into infrastructure. Where would we be if we did not have these projects going, Mr. Speaker, in a soft economy? Where would we be? You think social services has a long line now? Think about the added hundreds of Bahamians who were employed in that project over this very difficult period. The reports go on to say that the government's overall deficit for the first 5 months of fiscal year 2012-2013 firmed by $70.3 million, 46.7%, to $220.9 million over the corresponding period a year earlier, based on a $90.7 million, 14.2% expansion in total spending to $729.8 million, which outpaced the 20.4 or 4.2% growth in total revenue to $509 million. Spending was led by broad-based gains in current outlays of $20.1 million to $623.4 million, while the $24.5 million hike in capital disbursements to $85 million was dominated by $13.6 million firming in infrastructure outlays. So again, even today, we're still spending money on infrastructure, still growing. At the end of November 2012, the government's direct indebtedness stood at $4.230 billion, a gain of 11.2% over the comparable period a year earlier. Now, to put this growth in overall debt more acutely relevant to this government, since they want to blame the overall additional borrowing in June to the previous government, let's look at what was going on in 2011-2012. During this period, a new judicial court was being built. The Rand Memorial Emergency Room was being completed. I believe that got something to do with people. The redevelopment of the sports center, again, something to do with people. The administrative complexes in Grand Bahama and Abaco. The new airport terminals and runways in Nassau and Abaco. The continuing road works, just to name a few. Of course, for weeks leading up to the elections, the people of this nation heard the then opposition spew gloom and doom over the public finances of this country. The growth in our national debt was highlighted, even though the opposition voted for every instance of borrowing, and the blame game continues, even though the public has had enough of the excuses. Mr. Speaker, whenever we come here to this place to debate anything to do with finances, the first and last thing we hear from the governing side is the name Hubert A. Ingram, a name I'm convinced still haunts them in their dreams today. It must have been a sight to see them shake in this place, in his presence, and it is so obvious by the post-traumatic stress it seems to induce. But I just want to reference a brief paragraph in the Prime Minister's communication that I think is telling and indicative of the visionary leadership we have benefited from to during the last 5 years and vindicates the former government's fiscal policies. And I quote, "The Bahamian economy has continued to recover from the global economic and financial crisis. The main drivers are on the one hand, a modest though ongoing rebound in tourism. On the other hand, the large public and private sector investment projects that are underway are sustaining aggregate demand and also enhancing our tourism productive capacity going forward." Significant. Investing in infrastructure or investing in people. The member for Seabreeze said we must plan. That's planning, yes, as acknowledged by the Right Honourable Prime Minister. From this brief paragraph, Mr. Speaker, I trust that the side opposite will finally admit that the spending incurred over the past 5 years to upgrade our infrastructure and create new public amenities were not only desirable but necessary to set the stage for the success that this government now wishes to achieve and will no doubt take credit for, as they have always done. In the words of Ingram, reapers they are, sowers they are not. Yes. It also signals the acceptance of the fact that there is a connection between the economy and government revenues, and that there is a direct tie between the domestic economy and that of the United States. What a difference a change in perspective makes. It's not make-believe anymore, is it? Right. So what has happened in the last 7 months? Did the government implement any new programs? Have they delivered any new projects? Not projects that were already on the books, but new projects. No. Continuing road works, promised to have been completed months ago, with no compensation to the affected businesses, as promised. The hospitals in Abaco and Exuma. What else? Oh, I know, Mr. Speaker. A new ministry in Grand Bahama. Yes. And yes, scores of new hires in various ministries and agencies. Yes. Mr. Speaker, regarding the Ministry of Grand Bahama in particular, while the minister has repeatedly tried to articulate a mission and purpose for his ministry, to most of us and to the general public, it remains an enigma, with no clear reason for being that justifies the expense. Yes, we acknowledge its role in investment promotion, a role previously delegated to the Grand Bahama Port Authority at no cost to the government. We acknowledge its role as coordinator and liaison to the various other ministers and to their substantive ministries, a function previously done by an island administrator or a permanent secretary. We acknowledge its role as the employment coordinator and recruitment center for the Arlukaya Sunwing project. And I wonder if Sunwing knows about that and if the government is being reimbursed for this service. But I trust, Mr. Speaker, that all Bahamians, despite having to go to the Ministry of Grand Bahama to apply, will have an opportunity for employment at that project and not just PLPs. Already, we know the decks are stacked, but we will be watching, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of Sunwing, it is my hope that the government will table all of the terms of the concessions granted to this group, inclusive of taxes and any rebates on airport fees, marketing contributions, building contribution, etc. Additionally, I trust the Minister of Tourism, responsible for gambling, will also disclose how much they've contributed to Treasure Bay in order to keep its doors open and to extend its contract to April. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that this was an area heavily criticized by the government while in opposition. So let's see how they did. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, the government in opposition waged a battle of words over immigration work permits, and specifically in Grand Bahama over the number of foreigners engaged in the shipyards. I trust the Minister of Immigration and of Labor will report to us on the significant new progress and plans implemented in this regard to reverse that. But what is the core mandate of the ministry? Mr. Speaker, on his inaugural presentation, the Minister for Grand Bahama indicated that he was launching Operation Flush to get rid of all of the outside toilets in Grand Bahama. Now, personally, I didn't know that we had such a significant problem with outside toilets. But I wonder if the good minister has been successful in his 10 months tenure. Or is this, as most Grand Bahamians have come to realize, is an operation to flush our tax dollars right down the crapper with wasteful spending, grandstanding, and unsustained programs and hiring rewards for the faithful? Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that today at the Ministry of Grand Bahama, we have at least 3 full-time protocol officers and an investment consultant. I understand at substantial salaries, Mr. Speaker. I'm led to believe that at least one of the protocol officers runs 3 successful retail businesses.
East Grand Bahama, can you yield? Point of order. Chair recognizes the member for Pine Ridge.
Honorable House. I'm sorry. You would like to be one. Yeah. That's how you're talking, because you know more about my ministry than me. The reality is, at the Ministry of Grand Bahama, there's 1 protocol officer, and I beg for you to correct the statement because it's incorrect. You're misleading this House. Well, Operation Flush is very much on the way. I'll talk about it later.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Grand Bahama, I believe, is either misleading, and I won't say that he's outright telling an untruth, but he's misleading, because I know, and he knows that I know, that there are at least 3 individuals who are engaged in protocol for the ministry. Okay?
Member for East Grand Bahama, kindly yield. Point of order. The chair recognizes the member for Pine Ridge.
At the Ministry of Grand Bahama,
members, the chair likes to hear the member for East Grand Bahama. Member for Pine Ridge.
The member for East Grand Bahama is again misleading this honorable chamber. First of all, in Grand Bahama, because of the need and the extent of the conferences that we're doing in Grand Bahama, the protocol department of the government came into Grand Bahama and trained in excess of 20 individuals so that we can have this amount of individuals on hand to conduct the affairs of the government adequately in the island of Grand Bahama. We have 1 protocol officer at the Ministry of Grand Bahama, but we have a variety of our staff trained to function in areas of protocol when necessary.
Very well. Member for East Grand Bahama.
I don't wish to call anybody's name. I'm going to leave it there. All right? But I stand by my statement. I am led to believe that at least one of the protocol officers runs 3 successful retail businesses, Mr. Speaker. In addition to being 3 businesses.
Point of order. Member for East Grand Bahama.
In addition to being...
Member for East Grand Bahama, kindly yield. Member for Bain and Grandstand.
There are 3 protocol officers employed by the Ministry of Grand Bahama. The minister said that there is only 1. Now either he proves that there are 3, or he must withdraw it.
Very well.
He cannot just continue.
You've made an assertion. Unless you could show proof, that leads you to retract.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned,
unless you could show proof, you should retract.
Mr. Speaker, I am not prepared to retract. All right? However,
you have to withdraw the statement.
However, Mr. Speaker, I offer to bring the facts at a later date.
Member for East Grand Bahama, that is not acceptable. Members, the chair can handle this. Please. Member for East Grand Bahama, order to retract, bring the proof now, or retract the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 individuals involved in protocol. 3 individual protocol officers, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Pine Ridge indicated that there's 1 person who is hired for protocol, not 3.
Okay.
Unless you could prove it, I need you to retract the statement.
Okay. All right, Mr. Speaker, there are 3 individuals that I'm aware of that are involved in protocol, and as far as I'm aware, are not involved in any other function. But, Mr. Speaker, I will name the names. I will name the names.
Name the names, then. Member kindly yield. Member for Bain and Grandstand.
The House has rules. Either he proves it now, or he withdraws it. If he wants to bring it back at some future date, that's up to him.
Very well.
And we were not talking about people who are involved in protocol. He said they were employed as 3 protocol officers. That's what he said.
That's what you said, member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I'm being advised to rephrase it because I guess I shouldn't call the people's name. But
withdraw or call the names.
For the moment, I will withdraw. At the moment. But I will come back at it.
You certainly have every right to come back.
Okay.
If
at least one of the protocol officers, Mr. Speaker, runs 3 successful retail businesses. In addition to being eligible for retirement benefits from NIB and probably the government. The investment consultant, another retiree and pensioner, is also a prominent businessman who, based upon the positions formerly held, I am sure lives comfortably without the government's assistance. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I am told that there are people all over the Ministry of Grand Bahama with no earthly idea of their roles or the duties being paid to interfere and play games all day. Total abuse and waste, Mr. Speaker. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Kindly yield.
Again,
I recognize the member for Pine Ridge.
The member for East Grand Bahama is misleading this honorable chamber. What it is obviously he's playing political mischief, and the reality is that if he wants to know what is happening in the Ministry of Grand Bahama, I invite you to come, and me and you could sit down and I could tell you what we're doing in the Ministry of Grand Bahama. Please do it and come and see.
Thank you for the invitation,
Very well.
but it's not me that you got to satisfy.
Member for East Grand Bahama, be so advised.
Thank you. In the Department of Housing in Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, I'm also told that there are 2 gentlemen employed since May 7th, 2012 as building inspectors. Funny thing is, Mr. Speaker, no one seems to know if they have any building expertise. And in any event, as the Department of Housing is not currently constructing any homes in Grand Bahama, these individuals have absolutely nothing to do but to drive down to Wellington Pinder Heights once a week to see how tall the grass has grown. A complete waste and abuse of funds, Mr. Speaker. Did I mention that they were retirees also? In the area of local government, Mr. Speaker, my views of what I consider abuses of the taxpayers' money are documented. However, Mr. Speaker, I am baffled that after the Freeport City Council would have determined that they would only send their chief councillor and deputy councillor to the Commonwealth Local Government Association Conference in Uganda, Africa, all expenses paid, that the Minister of Grand Bahama would be so bold as to ask him to pay for the trip for the administrator also. This is approximately $6,000 each, minimum, Mr. Speaker, or $18,000 in total, a year's salary for some. Added to this group, the chief councillor for East Grand Bahama, and that's $24,000, Mr. Speaker. This cannot be right. Not when we're asking corporations and COB to cut costs. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, in what lifetime is it even remotely possible that the government of the Bahamas would permit 2 local government councillors, or 3, to go on what I deem a vacation at the public's expense? And then on top of that, ask them to use much-needed infrastructural funds to also send their administrator. What is the purpose of this trip, Mr. Speaker? And what will be discussed there that has relevance to the Freeport City Council? That if one must be represented, the chairman of the Bahamas Council of Local Government Officials, or the permanent secretary, or the island administrator could not bring back and share with his colleagues. Are we kidding? And while we're at it, Mr. Speaker, how is it fair for a council like the City of Freeport Council to obviously have access to such excess funds that they can afford to act like well-off politicians, giving out grants to civic organizations and various groups like sugar daddies or mini politicians? While I appreciate them taking some of the pressure off me as the representative, is this the purpose of local government? Meanwhile, councils like East Grand Bahama barely have enough money to pick up the garbage in the constituency, much less maintain the road verges and prepare for the road patching that will come as the roads are now starting to show tremendous wear. They can't even afford to repair the boat ramps that are so vital to those communities, or to provide water to some of the settlements, or to pave a basketball court for their youth. What abject waste and excess, Mr. Speaker. In education, we have reports of a school superintendent transferred from Nassau where the Department of Education is paying rent of $1,200 per month, Mr. Speaker, $14,000 annually. I'm also led to understand that car rental for this individual is $1,300 per month, or $16,500 annually, plus gas, because it's said that the car that's in the Department of Education fleet is below standard. Well, I'll be. The department could purchase a car for that amount. But better still, they could have found a teacher in Grand Bahama to promote to that position. And yet, they cry, no money. Seems to be a disconnect between the cabinet minister and the department heads. Or are they aware, but yet simply don't care because they're spending the government's money, not theirs? Who is accountable, Mr. Speaker? After complaining about the state of fiscal affairs, instead of exercising fiscal discipline, this government has done everything it could to make it even worse. One would have thought that prudence would say be cautious in your spending and act quickly on measures to reform our tax regime, especially since the Ingram administration left you such a wide smorgasbord of options. Instead of prudence, the nation saw you do the following imprudent things after the election. Appointed the largest cabinet in the history of the nation. Spent millions clearing down empty lots, which have since grown right back up, and pushing down buildings without proper approvals. Traveled to Morocco to help solve the Syrian civil war crisis and to arrange scholarships to Moroccan universities. Took cabinet to Abaco during the by-election for no discernible reason. Sent all kinds of people to foreign posts, some who have no discernible value, and certainly no discernible value in the Foreign Service, and certainly could have been positions made available to younger professionals. Rehired scores of retired persons while younger people look for jobs. Mr. Speaker, as a part of this exercise, the government of the day is asking this Parliament to approve another $100 million in borrowings. But before we can do that, Mr. Speaker, we should have some answers and information provided on how the first $550 million was spent. How irresponsible to come here complaining about bills left behind, but providing no details of how you spent what was already given to you and raised by way of taxes and other revenue sources. In a statement, the Prime Minister stated that early in fiscal year 2012-2013, the government was obliged to reduce its level of short-term bank financing. I wonder how they accomplished that, Mr. Speaker, with underperforming revenue. I suspect it's creative accounting 101, Mr. Speaker, where short-term borrowing has been transferred to long-term borrowing, but the overall debt remains the same. When the Ingram so you admit that. You say you admit that. I want you to be clear. When the Ingram administration took office in 2007, all short-term banking facilities were near their maximum. There was not much room to maneuver at that time either. Within days, the government had to borrow some $100 million to pay your obligations. And during its term, continued to pay your obligations to the tunes of hundreds of millions. So what's new? This particular excuse is absurd and amateurish. The Prime Minister, as part of his justification for the additional $100 million burden he wants to put on the backs of our children, said that he found unpaid checks and wire transfers of $63 million and $23 million needed for the 52-week program. The government of the Bahamas has expenses of approximately $2 billion annually. This amounts to some $5.5 million in average daily spending. This means the $63 million worth of bills amounts to just 10 or 11 days worth of transactions. That a new administration could meet such obligations in place when it comes to office, it's not unusual. Government is continuous, and the ordinary running of the government would dictate the carrying over of undischarged commitments or payments in the financial accounting system automatically, unless someone intervenes and deliberately prevents this from happening for political or policy reasons. What is interesting is that the Prime Minister seems to claim again that either he just discovered this some 8 months ago, or that he discovered it, he discovered this some 8 months later, or that he discovered it 8 months ago, but is only doing something about it now. Either he's suggesting serious incompetence in his ministry, which is unlikely, or a deliberate act, which is also unlikely. What is believable is that this government is just late again, Mr. Speaker. Similarly, how does he reconcile the excuses about the funding for the 52-week job program? He met those people engaged, and he was happy to say during the budget debate in June that the program had swollen from 25 million to 48 million. Did he not make provisions for these people who are already in a contractual arrangement? Notwithstanding having recognized that they were on the program already, these aren't new people. They were there, Mr. Speaker. The F&M put away 25 million for these people in the 2011-12 budget, and would have made provisions for them in the appropriate heads in the 2012-2013 budget. This, again, is either a gross oversight, gross incompetence, or negligence, to say the least. Mr. Speaker, during its initial budget debate, the government foreshadowed the extension of duty-free concessions to East and West Grand Bahama, a promise many of my constituents believed in and were excited about. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have had to defend my party on this promise, and here we are almost 1 year into this administration, and we've heard not even a word on this issue. I am hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister in his presentation will address this issue, as just this past week, I don't know which one, to be honest, because I'm not sure. I'm hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister in his presentation will address this issue, as just this past week I had a resident call to find out the status, as he has a shipment of goods at the harbor waiting to be cleared, and he wanted to know if this is really going to happen. Tell us, and if so, when? Mr. Speaker, at one of our last sittings, the Minister for Grand Bahama and the member for Exuma indicated that the Jump Start program initiated by the previous government, based upon his ministry's review, that's the Minister for Grand Bahama, was abused and resulted in no discernible success. Yet, just about every week, Mr. Speaker, there's a picture in the paper with one minister or the other, posing with Bahamas striping, lauding the good work that the owner, I think it's Mr. Mitchell, has done, and praising his progress. It might interest the minister to know that Bahamas striping was a Jump Start recipient. Further, the minister should apologize to the Bahamian public for trying to mislead them, because he knows that it was almost impossible, barring collusion between vendors and participants, for the funds to be abused. This is so because the system was designed particularly to ensure that no funds were given to participants that were paid over directly to vendors based upon approved invoices. The question is, Mr. Speaker, what has this government done to stimulate SME development? Fact is, Mr. Speaker, that the Bahamas Development Bank has not issued one loan under this government and has reneged on previous loan commitments, causing tremendous setbacks and additional costs to aspiring manufacturers right there in Grand Bahama. Sad, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 1 month ago, the government led this country into one of the most poorly informed referendums in the history of this country, or anywhere else in the world, I dare say, costing this country millions of dollars for a status quo result. What should have been a properly organized and methodical process, preceded by a thoughtful and sober educational campaign and legislative vote, was allowed to become a grotesque display of excess, exploitation, confusion, and illegality, which was flaunted in the face of the law enforcement agencies, seemingly with immunity. One wonders, Mr. Speaker, your deputy? Mr. Chair. Go on. One wonders, Mr. Chair, what effect this process has on the morale of the police force and other agencies charged with fighting all crime. It has not gone unnoticed, Mr. Chairman, that the Commissioner of Police has gone almost completely silent since this referendum process, even in the face of 4 tragic events involving his officers, 3 of which were fatal. Could it be said that the Commissioner of Police has been silent? What exactly are the crime statistics today? Even after the reclassification program implemented, where murder is not murder anymore, but some description to describe dead, what is happening with the other areas of crime? Armed robberies, home invasions, assaults, rapes, etc.
Point of order. On the point of order, I don't know why the member wants to attack the Commissioner of Police. I don't know why he wants to attack the Commissioner of Police. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the chair. Can I have some peace? Go ahead. Can I have some peace in this place?
Be careful what you ask for.
Member from Montague. The member is attacking the Commissioner of Police, who has been extremely accountable, extremely transparent, who released all the crime statistics, Mrs. Speaker. So I don't know why he's suggesting that something is being hidden from the public. It's an absolute untruth. It's an absolute untruth.
Members, please.
You keep it.
Please.
You say what the murder count is. Mr. Speaker, all I want is for him not to attack the Commissioner of Police for doing his job, because he is doing his job. And he has released the crime figures, and he has released the police plan, the police commissioner's plan for 2013. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Thank you, member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important.
Member for Long Island.
Mr. Chair.
Please, point of order. Please have a seat.
Mr. Chair, I rise on a point of order. I didn't want to interrupt the member for East Grand Bahama before, but since he was interrupted during his communication, I rise now, because he did make a statement that since May 7, 2012, 2 building inspectors were hired in the Department of Housing. That is not, in fact, the case. No building inspectors have been hired since 7th of May, 2012, and I simply would like for him to retract the statement.
Member for East Grand Bahama, do you have proof?
Mr. Speaker, maybe the minister will tell us what Mr. Bernard Davis does. Maybe he can tell us what he does.
One, he is not a building inspector. The gentleman that he referred to, Mr. Austin Bernie Davis, was engaged as a consultant to oversee the small house repair and subdivision repairs in where they had Frank Roll, whose contract expired. And so he was engaged as a consultant for the ministry, but not as a building inspector. But once again, the member said 2 building inspectors were hired since May 2012. I think you ought to retract the statement because it is untrue, and apologize for the statement.
The member for East Grand Bahama. One second for me. He's indicating that you indicated that there were 2 building inspectors.
Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
Do you have...
corrected, and I will withdraw that they were building inspectors.
Thank you.
Instead, I will say that at least 1 was hired to be a consultant in the small home repair division. Isn't that what the minister said?
You've withdrawn the statement?
I withdrew the statement that they were hired to be building inspectors. But I'm saying instead that at least 1 was hired to be a small home repair coordinator consultant.
Go on for me, please.
And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, in response to the Minister for National Security, I never, ever, and never would I attack the Commissioner of Police or his credibility. Never. Mr. Speaker, what I said was that since May, since the referendum, he has been silent. That's all I said. Now, if he takes that as some kind of insult, then he has a problem. But I don't have a problem. Right?
Point of order. Go ahead.
That is the problem, but you don't have a problem.
Okay. Based upon the latest statistics release, there were significant increases in various areas of crime, not just murder, that we seem to focus on. Has the armed forces been provided with all the tools that they need and were promised to secure our borders, our homes, our possessions, and indeed our very lives? What about the Defense Force boats that were promised? What of these saturation patrols that were supposed to stop or severely reduce senseless murders?
Point of order, East Grand Bahama. Member for Bain and Grand South.
Mr. Speaker, the government promised that it would provide vessels for the Defense Force. Did he expect us to provide those vessels by the 3rd of March 2013? What a ridiculous... Who made it sound like what? Who made it sound like what? Come on, man. Mr. Speaker.
It is the point of order.
Saturation patrol.
Photo information.
Yes.
No.
East Grand Bahama, please have a seat.
The question is that because it hasn't yet been provided, we're not doing it.
You have a chance to correct me. Huh? You can correct me.
I could correct you. I should make to correct you because it's a foolish assertion for you to believe that we can have those boats constructed in such a short period of time. And you know that. But you're trying to make a political point. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, saturation patrols are being conducted. Mr. Speaker, the murder rates are down. Mr. Speaker, the crimes of violence are down, whether he believes it or not. Mr. Speaker, compared with this time last year. Sorry? Far more than you have this year.
You got now.
Thank you. East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, just as clarification, I remember distinctly when there were teams that were supposedly sent to various shipyards in respect to these boats. And that's all I'm saying. What about this Urban Renewal 2.0 that was promoted as the savior?
Point of order. Point of order. Member for Bain and Grand Stop.
Member, I want to help you.
Thank you.
The arrangement for the ships were made with a company called Daman Shipyard. We just had a team go to Daman Shipyard in late December in Holland. They have completed the negotiations for the ship. There's a paper before the cabinet now to seek final authorization to sanction the purchase of the ships. We have the dates when they will be delivered and all those types of things. That is being done. That is not something we have to talk about every single day. Okay? But the fact is that the ships can't be built in a few months. They take years to build. The first delivery of the ships will be in 2014. That's next year. Okay? Sorry? The projected date for the first set of ships. And then they will be coming on stream like 2 or 3 a year for the next several years. There's a total of about 10 boats that are being purchased. Sorry? Sorry? They have offered to fund it. The government has to make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the explanation, and that's all I asked. That's all I asked. What about this Urban Renewal 2.0 that was promoted as the savior of youth and a panacea to the restoration of a sense of community among our citizens? Is it working, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman? Speaking of urban renewal, Mr. Speaker, I note with interest the government's quick denial and explanation that the $15 million budgeted in the 2012-13 fiscal budget was not intended to be all allocated to that program. Hopefully before the end of this debate, Mr. Speaker, we will obtain an explanation of exactly what was intended to be covered in this allocation so that unlike the doubling of the investment in education that turned out to mean something other than what every other objective Bahamian all over this country thought it meant, we can be absolutely clear. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, there will be a presentation to the Bahamian people on how much was spent on this program, how it was spent, and how much more is to be spent. Mr. Speaker, Clearly the government has lost its way, or maybe it's just lost. After wasting the country's time, money, and attention chasing pipe dreams promised to a few individuals who operated outside the letter and intent of the law, and the complete and utter nonsense proposal that majority control of BTC would be regained by hook or likely crook, the reality and finality of which still seems to escape the Prime Minister and his committee.
Point of order. Point of order.
Any other members say that the government said something would be, that 2% would be turned by a hook or like a crook?
Yes, member for East Grand Bahama. Member for East Grand Bahama. Member for East Grand Bahama. I heard it as well.
You didn't hear like a crook. You did not.
Likely crook. You said. Can you please withdraw that, please?
Likely crook. Do you know what a crook is? Do you know what a crook is?
Yeah, I know the crook is. But I don't know that any government said it would be obtained by hook or by crook.
Member for East Grand Bahama,
please. You didn't
say
by crook. You said or like a crook.
Or likely crook.
Likely crook?
That's what I said.
In any event, member.
And the government said that?
Or by crook.
And you said the government. You said the government said that?
I didn't say that.
So who said it?
No. I said.
Member for East Grand Bahama. That's not parliamentary language. Please withdraw that.
I don't have a difficulty with that, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a difficulty with that. I withdraw it. The reality and finality of which still seems to escape the Prime Minister and his committee. Hopefully, the Minister of Finance will let the Bahamian people know how much these two ill-conceived and failed initiatives cost and how it will be recovered. In his communication, the Minister makes all kinds of assumptions about unknown future events that he says will make us revenue neutral and reduce the deficit by 2016. With bravado and insight, especially as it relates to the revenue side. The truth is, this administration must be reminded repeatedly that it was the former administration that was faced with managing the Bahamian economy through the greatest global economic and financial collapse of the last 80 years, and that it was the consequence of this collapse that affected the previous administration, and to a lesser extent, this administration's circumstances. They also need to be truthful and advised that the global economy is showing signs of positive economic growth, and likewise, the Bahamian economy is following in train, unlike the situation experienced by the previous administration, which suffered cumulative negative economic growth of more than 5% over its 4 years in office. But in his optimism, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance starts out on some shaky ground. After a projected falling off in revenue in fiscal year 2012-2013 by 120 million to the level of 2011-2012 and of the previous year, government now projects an increase of 150 million in 2013-14. That I call guts. Or maybe it's gambling. They like gambling. But even with value-added tax implementation, this is overly optimistic, to say the least. Firstly, the growth of the United States economy is by no means assured. Just this past week, the United States government was forced to implement significant budget cuts as a result of the failure of Congress and the executive branch to agree on a budget deal. This will no doubt, if it is not resolved shortly, have a damaging effect on their economy, and because of our dependence, a significant consequence to ours. The Prime Minister announced a very generous package of incentives to reward tax cheats, and in an attempt to assuage law-abiding and compliant real property taxpayers, offered them a small 5% discount after the next 3 years. It was interesting to hear Tall Pines go even further to suggest that the government should share the risk of private investments by granting some additional concessions for unoccupied rental units. Strange indeed, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. But once again, this government is saying to the Bahamian public, don't worry about the law. If you flaunt it long enough, just like the numbers boys, you will be rewarded. No, Mr. Speaker, the law must be enforced, and where taxes are being made...
Point of order. Point of order, Ms. East Grand Bahama. Tall Pines? Member for Tall Pines.
I alluded to the fact that there are many instances in this country where an entrepreneur would have constructed buildings because of the downturn in the economy. Those buildings would have been sitting there without collecting any rent. I'll give you a good example. When the East Bay Shopping Plaza was constructed years ago, that building, those premises sat there for years before they were rented. Why would it be fair to expect to collect real property tax from a property that was earning no income? That's all I ask. I only put a proposition out. Is it fair that you would pay real property tax on a property where you have no income coming in to enable you to defray the cost of paying your mortgage and also paying the real property tax? That's all I ask.
Thank you, member. Point of order.
Point of order.
Member for South Eleuthera.
East Grand Bahama has said that the numbers, words to the effect that the numbers guys are essentially getting off.
Getting off, he said. Yeah, they get the free ride.
That is completely misrepresenting the facts. Yeah. There's a lawsuit involving a number of persons in the web shop business and the government of the Bahamas. It is notorious that an order was made which prevented the government from proceeding criminally or otherwise with the web shop operators.
For all web shops? For all?
For those involved in the litigation.
Go ahead, member.
And the case was put before the Chief Justice. The Attorney General has given notice that the Attorney General's office is seeking a date for the hearing of the substantive injunction application. So it is completely misrepresenting the facts of the matter to suggest that somehow the web shop operators are getting away with illegal activity scot-free. That is not true, nor does it represent government policy. And the member opposite should, at the very least, restrain his over-exuberance and not mislead the public.
Thank you, South Eleuthera. Member for East Grand Bahama.
With due respect to the minister's and not being a lawyer, I'm going to skirt around this very gingerly. But if I understood the injunction correctly, it was in respect to web shops. It was not in respect to gambling. And that's what I was speaking to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope no member of Parliament here in this honourable chamber will benefit from this amnesty. From the real property tax amnesty, Mr. Speaker, and that their real property taxes are paid up to date. Again, we need the revenue, and as leaders, it should begin with us. Revenue is projected to grow by 46% over the next 4 years, according to the government's forecast. This represents a substantial shift in income from the private sector to the public sector, as nominal growth of the economy, according to the IMF, is expected to be just over 1/3 of that. One hopes that the government is taking full account of this huge structural shift in income distribution between the public and private sectors in such a short period of time.
Members, please.
The expected increase in recurrent revenue over the next 4 years represents more than 40% of the economy's growth during that period. The minister stakes his prediction of revenue enhancements and GSF deficit reductions on the implementation of a single revenue agency and on the value-added tax that will be added to the services sector of our economy, which this government feels is untaxed or undertaxed. These are in fact solid programs that were underway in the last administration, along with active public consultation on the implementation of the Customs Management Act and the public sector procurement regulations, as well as the SPF regulations. But a few things strike me about this, two of which were echoed by the Standard & Poor's, according to an article in the Tribune dated February 27, 2013. And these are the implementation of value-added tax, VAT, and other measures contemplated is a significant attack on the middle class of this country, a group that is already under attack due to the economic conditions. Listening to the Bahamas Information Services documentary with my friend, the member for Elizabeth, he said as much in so many words. indicating that he did not think the middle class was taxed enough. I realize that the imposition of additional...
Point of order. Member for Elizabeth.
I demand that the member withdraw his comments. If he cannot specifically quote anything that I said to that effect, he is to withdraw them. I will not allow him to interpret what I said. That ain't happening. So I demand to withdraw that statement.
Member for East Bahamas. Member for Elizabeth is asking, unless you have specific proof, you should withdraw.
Okay. The words, Mr. Speaker, the words that were used that I heard were similar, and I can't quote the exact words. What he said was that the value-added tax will affect the middle class and upper class more significantly than the poor. That's what he said.
Member, unless
that's what I said.
You indicated
it's tax on the middle class.
Mr.
Speaker.
Member, unless you said you did not know exactly what he said.
No, that's what he said. That's what he said.
He is indicating that it's not what he said. Do you have proof that?
It's
do you
a
have
tape.
proof?
There's a tape.
Do you have proof? Do you have that?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Please withdraw.
I withdraw the comments with respect to the member for Elizabeth. But the tape is there. And the program, no doubt, will air again.
Please, go on.
I realize that the imposition of additional taxes does not mean much to the privileged. But in his capacity as Minister of Financial Services, I'm sure he's all too familiar with the delicate state of our financial services industry, with the implementation of the FATCA requirements, which, by the way, as a country, we are still woefully underprepared for. Like the suite of bills we passed just recently to satisfy the OECD peer review, requiring maintenance of accounting records for IBCs and other financial products, suggested guidelines from the Securities Commission requires financial services and corporate providers to advise their clients and to attest to this compliance, an action that will undoubtedly cause further loss of business in this jurisdiction. Together with FATCA, this has the potential of being a significant turning point for many who have made a decent living in this industry. With all the optimism, I wonder if the Minister has stopped to consider the effect all of this will potentially have on the offshore financial industry and overall economy. Secondly, Bahamians are not known to be tax compliant in the simplest of tax structures, where the targets, such as real property, are stationary. The implementation of VAT by July 1st, 2014 is destined to be a disaster, fraught with in my opinion, fraught with confusion and issues from both the public and private sector. The Prime Minister indicated that VAT legislation will not come until the second quarter of fiscal 2013-14. How then does he anticipate that we'll be able to get all of the debate done, public education and training done, and the systems in place in the following 2 quarters? This, to me, shows either an absurd level of optimism or complete misunderstanding of the business process and the adjustments or training that will be necessary, not only to IT and other physical resources, but also for personnel. Have they still not learned anything from the referendum debacle? Recurrent expenditures are projected to increase by only 8% over the next 4 years, notwithstanding the significant and well-publicized additions to recurrent commitments, which defies logic. One cannot argue with the desirability of this development. I only note, however, that this contradicts every real action this government has taken to date, and there is already set in motion policy decisions which render this expenditure projection quite unrealistic. The government foreshadowed the creation of a debt management council. However, I am sure that they are aware that the F&M administration left in place a debt management committee consisting of representatives of the central bank, the public treasurer, and the Ministry of Finance.
Point of order. Member.
Mr. Speaker, the IDB and the IMF began work on the debt management report in April of 2012.
Yes.
The government of the Bahamas received their report in October of 2012. There could be no debt management committee left in place, Mr. Speaker. The report was received in October 2012.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Member for East Grand Bahamas.
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, point of order. Member for Marathon.
Whilst I was out, since we're on a point of order and making corrections, I understand that the member made certain comments regarding a teacher in East Grand Bahama who was receiving rental assistance of $1,200 along with car rental assistance, Mr. Speaker.
Another made-up story.
Mr. Speaker, the member ought to do research, Mr. Speaker, before he comes to this place and talks out of foolishness.
Another made-up story.
Within the Ministry of Education, there is a standard amount of allowance granted to teachers who teach in family islands if they're not resident there. That amount is $700. Every teacher in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas knows this. And so for him to come up here and talk that, Mr. Speaker, and mislead the public is out of order. And I suggest to him in the future, before he puts pen to paper and asserts certain facts, that he does what he's supposed to do his homework, and see it visibly himself, and not listen to foolishness that certain surrogates out there may be telling him. He has a responsibility to come in this place and talk truth, Mr. Speaker. He can't just come in here and talk off the cuff and whatever comes to his head. This is nonsense, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Nonsense.
Thank you, member.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the government to table the IMF IDB report, which I understand, and again I stand to be corrected, was in fact they showed the early recommendations before the election and how we might proceed to reform our debt circumstances.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I am demanding that he withdraw that inaccurate statement unless he can produce something that shows that it's correct. It's inaccurate. Well, and it can't be an opinion.
He said it, but no.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amount of money.
I'm obliged.
I withdraw the $1,200, and I will withdraw the $1,300 for the time being.
Thank you.
I don't have to argue with these things, Mr. Speaker. But the report, the IMF IDB report, as I understand it, there was an early report that showed the recommendations about how we might proceed to reform our debt circumstances. You have a debt reform program before you have a debt reform program because the FNM left you one. Among the other proposed reforms the FNM administration left was the real property tax reform, the tax administration department, the small and medium-sized business development agency, a value-added tax draft framework, the intellectual property reform legislation package, and a new legislative package, new investment legislative package. I am hopeful that with the deliberate focus, this administration will be able to identify wastage and tighten up processes to reduce the size and complexity of government, make it more manageable by a smaller number of ministers and more affordable for the size of our population. It is my hope that they will start with the separation of all of those persons engaged on special contracts to the government that provide little or no value, or that can be done by the active workforce, instead of having retirees bored back on the job as political payback or to frustrate the youth and their development.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I was tempted to wait, but I wasn't in chambers when the member for East End spoke to the local government conference intended for May,
yes,
and how he misled the House through either his agents lying to him, or he came here with intention of causing political mischief. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, local government is a creature of statute. And every 2 years, the local government councillors are invited to attend international conferences outside the Bahamas. The last one was held in 2011, to which every chief councillor, as I understood it, attended. The cost of this one is a little higher because it is intended that this conference takes place in Uganda, in Africa. That's why the cost is high. Now, as the member knows or ought to have known, that every council has its own budget, which does not tap into the national budget after the budget is passed in here. And every chief councillor has been invited and approved by the government to travel. Only the chief councillor. And that is paid for out of the councillors' budgets. Having said that, he also lied and misled the House when he said the Minister for Grand Bahama asked the councillors in Freeport to allow the administrator to travel. That is a lie. And I asked him to withdraw that. See, I don't understand what the member for East End is doing. But ever since I left here to go to a press conference and returned, everybody on this side opposite has been stopping him for his mountain of lies. It isn't necessary. If he speaks truth, nobody will interrupt him. But when he has consistently been misleading, and I want him to withdraw the fact that the councillors are somehow going on a vacation. That is not true. It happens every 2 years, and he knows that.
It happens the epidemic time too.
The last one was in 2011, under their watch. The only difference is this one is happening in Africa, and the cost is obviously higher because of the travel expenses.
Understood.
But if it was in Miami, they'd go the same way.
Yes, understood.
And he has no shame.
Understood.
Absolutely no shame.
Member for East Grand Bahama.
What are you gonna say now?
Please, what do you have to say to reference that? Members, please, members.
Please have the member for South Andrews stop acting like a child. This is crazy. What is that?
Member for...
I will quote from the minutes of a meeting of the City of Freeport District Council held in the boardroom of the council's office. And it says, in item E, under Commonwealth Local Government Federation, I guess is a CLGF, the chief counsel reported that he received a correspondence from the Minister of Local Government asking the council to pay the expenses for the administrator to travel to the CLGF conference in Uganda, Africa.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead. Point of order.
What sounds even worse? Because that is suggesting that it came, that it came from me.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I challenge him to produce that correspondence. Either put minutes, no minutes. I don't want no minutes. Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, member.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Mr. Speaker.
Members.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, please.
If I could...
Please.
Mr. Speaker.
Please.
The member of East End has been in this House long enough to know that whenever he makes a statement, he ought to be able to stand by it or withdraw it.
Yes.
He cannot quote from the minutes of a meeting and say it is a fact. No. Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, when he made that statement before I came,
yes.
Mr. Speaker, when he made the statement before I came, he never said a minutes reported that something happened. He said, and worse still, the minister asked them to send the administrator. That's what he said. He never referred to any minutes of any meeting. Never.
Member, please, Grandmama.
Now I put him on the spot. He's reading from, just let me finish. He's reading from a purported minute, and he has nothing to back up the minute. I don't even know if what he has there is true. And I'm saying it never happened. And I'm asking you, Mr. Chairman, to ask him to produce the letter signed by this minister or withdraw it. And I'm saying it never happened. Alfred Virginius Cornelius Gray says it never happened. Now bring the letter, withdraw it, or I will be willing to accept you going to Freeport tonight and coming back. I'll wait right here for you. There is no letter signed by this minister asking the council to send anybody to no conference. Never. Never.
Mr. Speaker.
He's just wrong again.
Mr. Speaker. With the greatest respect, I, as the member for Central Grand Bahama, listen, you ain't withdrawing that, my friend. You're not going to withdraw it.
Member for...
Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet and you recognize me. Mr. Speaker. This document can be tabled. You can get it in public.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Speaker. How you got recognized? Recognized.
Yes, I will deal with that. I will deal with that in a minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have a right to speak in this place.
I will deal with that. I will deal with that. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The chairman didn't even recognize you wanted to speak.
Member, please. Go ahead, please. Member, can you go ahead, please?
Mr. Speaker, as the member for Central Grand Bahama, I too, on a regular basis, receive minutes from the Freeport City Council. If the member for Michael, who is the Minister for Local Government, I have no doubt that he is extremely familiar with the signature of a senior administrator in the person of Alexander Williams. These minutes are an official document signed by the administrator and the chief consular, and the administrator is his representative at the consul level. These minutes were signed by Alexander Williams and Kevin Ferguson. Alexander Williams is the chief administrator of the Freeport City Council. He's the secretary, and we can rely on this. And he knows it.
Thank you.
We can't rely on this. It's signed by your administrator.
Thank you.
We can't rely on it.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Let's not play games.
Member.
The minutes were signed by the administrator and Alexander Williams and Kevin Ferguson. The chief consular, if he misled the administrator, then he needs to be reprimanded. If he told a lie on you, you need to deal with him, Mr. Minister.
Signed document.
Well, you need to deal with Kevin Ferguson. You need to deal with Kevin Ferguson. This is an official document. As a matter of fact, the heading of the document says, this document is the property
Member for Central Grand Bahama. We'll have order in this house. Member for Michael, please.
When I rose, I asked the member for East End to withdraw the statement that he made, saying, as a matter of fact, he said, and what make things worse, the minister invited the chief consular to pay the way of the administrator. That's what he said when I was driving. I came to deny that. Now, he read from a minute, purported to have been spoken to by the chief consular, saying he received a letter. That's not a fact. That's not a fact. And I'm saying, he is...
That's an official document.
Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the minute, if that is the minute, does say that the chief counselor said he received a letter. I can't deny that that's what the chief counselor said. But I'm saying it is not true. And if the member for East End make the statement as a matter of fact, he has to produce it. Or withdraws it until he gets the letter. No. He has to withdraw that, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Michael. Member for East Grand Bahama, if you're making the statement, members, is the table, are you prepared to table? Members, are you prepared? Members. Are you prepared to table the document?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker.
So the document is tabled?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I would very happily table this document. It was a document that was delivered to my office by a courier from the City of Freeport Council office, and I'm more than happy to put it on the table. Okay? And as the member for Central Grand Bahama mentioned, it is signed, Mr. Speaker. I have no reason to fake some document. What do you think this is? And Mr. Speaker, by the way, I'm appalled, Mr. Speaker. I am absolutely appalled and quite frankly angry that people like the minister, the member...
Members, I prefer you to not point and just direct you.
And I was going to come to that too, Mr. Speaker, because the member for Michael has been pointing at me all day. Wagging his finger at me, Mr. Speaker. You think I am not insulted by that? Mr. Speaker? And this member for South Andres is going to call me a liar, Mr. Speaker. The member for South Beach,
members,
Sea Breeze, is going to call me a liar.
No, members don't. No members have any reason to call another member
that is
a liar in this place.
Unacceptable.
It is unacceptable.
And I would ask, Mr. Speaker, for not only for an apology, but for a reprimand. Because they have abused me at this particular point. And I am annoyed.
5 members. No. All members, please.
Be careful of your words.
No. Let me hear. Just you, please. Members. Members.
You can't threaten me, buddy.
I'd like to order to suspend the House at this moment. Sergeant, House suspended.
All right.
Request that we should be on 7 p.m.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Move and second that the House will continue beyond 7 p.m. this evening. As many in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Resolved that the House continues beyond 7 p.m. this evening. Before the member for East Grand Bahama, I'm assuming the member for East Grand Bahama, you are not completed yet, eh? Based on the impasse, the challenge that, and the point of order that was raised by the member for Michael, obviously the member for East Grand Bahama has what is regarded as a document, a minuted, an official document by a local government representative. And in the document it states that the minister made a decision, sent a letter. The minister, the member for Michael, indicated that that did not happen. The chair would orders and advise the member for East Grand Bahama to reword the assertion, indicating in fact that although we recognize that the document is tabled, that you refer, he did table the document, that you refer to the document, what has happened, what is said in the document, but not stating in fact that the minister did. It's alleged, essentially. And I think that would add, it would, if there's any further investigations to be had and it is uncovered, you're very well able to bring it back to this place at the appropriate time. So use the minutes as not what you know to happen in fact, because the minister is an honorable member of this place, indicated that it did not happen, and we ought to be honorable and accept that. Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I do what you just asked me to do, I just want to make one correction. I did say earlier in my presentation that the Minister of Grand Bahama had authorized or instructed for the Council to pay local government expenses to this conference. I was in fact incorrect. It is actually alleged, according to the minutes that were presented to me, signed by the administrative chief counselor and the administrator for the City of Freeport Council. Mr. Speaker, I will only say this as a final comment in respect to this, and that is that if in fact this minute is incorrect, then it says that local government, City of Freeport Council was misled. And I would suggest that in order to ensure that there is no abuse, that an investigation be done and appropriate action be taken as a result of it. Because I ought to be able to rely upon a document purported that is sent to me by local government council.
Very well. Can you member for East Grand Bahama?
Mr. Speaker,
member for Michael.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as Minister responsible, I intend to get to the bottom of this, and I promise the House that by the time we meet on Wednesday, I will have the facts as they unfolded in that meeting. But I can assure you there will be no letter signed by this minister to that effect. I don't even know the chief counselor. Never spoke to him. To talk about me writing him, it's totally a lie, and I don't intend to accept it without a written apology from him, and I will table that apology in this House. I say no more on that.
Very well. And before the member continues, member, please yield. The chair would also like to add that obviously offense is being taken and is constantly taken by members' utterances from the chair. We spoke about that in this place before, but in particular pointing at members. The chair has always asked that when you speak, you address the chair, and certainly we order that continues, and members have the greatest respect for each other. And so finger pointing in this place will not be tolerated by this chair. Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't really know where I was anymore. But I am hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that with deliberate focus, this administration will be able to identify wastage and tighten up processes.
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Speaker,
thank you for the reminder, member for Marathon. Thank you for the reminder. You had indicated that you were prepared to retract and restate, and you never got to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for East Grand Bahama. Very clever, but continue.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the emphatic statement that I made, leaning on a document relying on a document that was provided to me by local government, signed by the administrator. And instead, I will use the word, Mr. Speaker, alleged. Alleged, according to this minute, it is alleged that the alleged by the chief counselor that he received correspondence from the Minister of Local Government asking the council to pay the expenses of the administrator to travel to the Commonwealth Local Government Federation Conference in Uganda, Africa. All right?
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I am hopeful that with deliberate focus, this administration will be able to identify wastage and tighten up processes to reduce the size and complexity of government, making it more manageable by a small number of ministers and more affordable for the size of our population. It is my hope that they will start with the separation of all these persons engaged on special contracts to the government that provide little or no value, or that can be done by the active workforce instead of hiring retirees brought back on the job as political payback or to frustrate the youth and their development. We have to modernize our government and policies if we are to remain competitive and relevant, while providing an opportunity for good quality way of life and standards for our people. The passing of the new Financial Administration and Audit Act in 2010 that was brought into effect in 2011, except for sections 20 and 21, which were planned to be brought into effect in June 2012, is a good start. We hope that these two sections of that act, which deal with budgeting and the statements that are required, will be made effective prior to the May exercise. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank Mr. Ehud Cunningham for his years of service to the country. Having been appointed by and serving under the F&M administration as Secretary of Revenue for some time, and then for the last 4 years as Financial Secretary. We also welcome Mr. John Rowe, who the F&M administration had sent to the IMF as a senior advisor and identified as the next Financial Secretary. Like many other things being done by this administration, this is an idea adopted from the F&M administration, and we commend them for following a sensible plan left in place in respect to this appointment. We wish both gentlemen well in their futures. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Member for East Grand Bahama, kindly table the document. Signed.
Mr. Speaker.
Order that the document be brought up for table.
Mr. Speaker.
While we do so, Chair recognizes honourable member for Golden Isles.
Just as a clarification, I didn't want to interrupt the member. But, Mr. Speaker, in my contribution this morning, I sought to take a forward-looking approach. I did not want to go back and talk about, in any great detail, past bills or go into those details, Mr. Speaker. And it was curious, Mr. Speaker, that the two speakers from the opposite side today, both in their presentations, on the one hand, denied any bills that were left over, and in the same presentation, they say that this is not something that's unusual. So they say it didn't happen, then they say, yes, it happened, it is not unusual. Mr. Speaker, I have a list of the outstanding payments right here in my hand. I didn't want to have to go through the whole list. But when it comes to, when I get a chance to wrap up, I will do that, Mr. Speaker. But I will say, just as a point of clarification, the reason why these bills could have been left and not being paid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government uses its short-term borrowing provisions, that is, the overdraft at the banks, advances from the central bank, and treasury bills to pay its daily operations, Mr. Speaker. They calculate what is available to them, Mr. Speaker, as 50% of the 3-year 3 previous years' average ordinary revenue. And so when we came to office, Mr. Speaker, what should have been available to the government was $678,285,257. $200 million and $3 million on the overdraft, because there's a variance of $3 million actually you can do. $339,142,629 treasury bills, and $135,657,051 advances from the central bank. Mr. Speaker, the previous administration, of that $678,285,257, had used up $674,798,508, Mr. Speaker, leaving a grand total available of $3,486,752. That is why the bills were stacked up, Mr. Speaker, and that is why, having gotten the authorization to borrow the $512 million from this Parliament, when we borrowed the first $200 million in July of 2012, $65 million of that went to pay the old bills, Mr. Speaker. $25 million of that went to repay advances that came from the central bank, and $10 million went to repay treasury bills, Mr. Speaker, $100 million. All right, we didn't keep the bills for 8 months. The proceeds of the first set of money that we borrowed, which was intended to run the government for this year, had to go and pay those outstanding commitments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did not want to focus my contribution on past misdeeds, Mr. Speaker. But if it comes to that, and if we are accused, the same gentleman that the honourable member just congratulated for taking up the appointment and who said that he said that the F&M had this plan in place. These are the same individuals that they're pointing the fingers at when they accuse the government of not being transparent and of cooking the books, in their words. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that as we go forward in this debate, we can elevate the level so that we are looking forward. It is what it is. The bills were there. They were paid with monies that were borrowed. That money has to be replenished. Nothing is being created, Mr. Speaker. And we will have the opportunity at the wrap-up, at the appropriate time, if it is the intention of the side opposite that I list off every single bill and give the people the total, then that is how it'll be, Mr. Speaker. But I was mistaken in my view that we would be looking forward instead of looking back.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable members, as many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for North Abaco.
Let me get that there.
Was that? Give us that.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Bain and Grandstown.
Speaker, you taking the floor? No, you reserving the floor? I move the House to suspend until 3. The House suspends until 3 p.m. Wednesday, 6th of March.
3 p.m.?
Sorry, 10 a.m. Wednesday, 6th of March.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House suspend until the 6th of March, 2013 at 10 a.m. As many in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The business of this House to suspend until 10 a.m., March 6, 2013.